Yes, but that's like that is the like logical in a chat how it works, and that's really really good. Shall we hence? Hi nerds. Sorry I'm late. I had calls that went much longer than expected. Good calls, but long calls. Happy to make it back. The starting soon t-shirt would actually go kind of hard, I'm not gonna lie. Howdy y'all. Sorry again. Forgot to. I normally am very good about muting the mic, but I was debugging a bunch of stuff right before going live because none of my tech was working. I had to reboot everything. Yeah, I had like every single thing that could have made me late today did. I had actually buffered and planned ahead and had a delayed start time for the stream, and it wasn't enough because just everything. How to do the camera changes? It's based on where I'm looking. When I look at the screen, or when I look at the camera, it does this, and when I look back at the screen, it switches back. Pretty cool, right? I think it's pretty cool, at least. I can also use like keywords that I have programmed where like I can say camera or I can say screen and it will swap back and forth between the two. By the way, I'm trolling. I'm just using a foot pedal. I just think it's funny to pretend. Someone should grab a clip of that so I can post it on Twitter. The third angle foot cam. I do actually want a third angle in here. The foot pedal software is Stream Deck by Elgato, which means I can't do anything actually fun with it. What I really want is to have toggles. So on like one of the pedals, it switches between this scene and the camera scene. So I can have the other two pedals free for other shit. But there's no concept of a toggle unless it is an OBS toggle. So I don't have the ability to use, like one pedal is literally just for camera. So I hit it and I go to camera and I keep hitting it and it's just camera. And I switch to the other one where it's screen share and it's just screen share. I want to change that. But Elgato does not let me have actual control of their shit. So I'm probably gonna have to write my own custom software if I want to do these things. And honestly, I'm not above vibe coding a Stream Deck alternative at this point in my life. We got to win. What did I miss? Oh, VC. Oh, you got funded. Congratulations. Congrats. Really good to hear. Good news. Yeah, I'm considering Companion. The Kinesis pedals would require way too much other work. Like I need something that integrates into OBS. Like I have to, if I want the toggle behavior that I want, I have to do an abstraction layer for sure. It's a matter of where I stuffed said abstraction. I can do it. It's a matter of fucking sitting and doing it. Yeah, auto hotkey is likely the path I'll be taking. It has to be stateful. It has to know what scene I'm in to work right. Because if I'm in the camera scene, it should know to switch to the screen. And if I'm in the screen scene, it should know to switch to the camera. So it will require some amount of work. I need to take the bag out of my tea And then I'll just start filming so I don't forget to. Marker offset 001345. Don't do multi-tenant separate DBs unless you have a really, really good reason to. Like, I'll go as far as to say, just don't do it. And if me saying that isn't enough to steer you away because you really need it for something, cool, go use it for that thing. But my advice is don't do it. It will cause way more problems than it solves. It isn't worth it unless you have very specific needs. Yeah, ping Discord. Thank you. To Discord. What's up, nerds? We are live talking about Git killers. Yes, twitch.tv/Theo. Cool. Gotta grab a bit more. Cool. My news channel's slightly dried up. I might need to source more content from other places. I don't think you can make general recommendations like this, Jackson. I think once you hit a certain scale where having everything in 1DB is causing you problems, your needs have become so specific that I don't have any general advice. My general advice would be closely analyze and understand your usage patterns and the way that people are using your service, and then make decisions based on that instead. I've not had time to code like at all, sadly. Ooh, did Ethan make something? Oh yeah, he's getting really into SSR stuff, I've noticed. Very fun. Who was the inspo? Cool. This gives me a heart attack every time it happens. YouTube's state management is so fucking garbage. See, it thinks I'm stream ended, but I'm not. It's just a bad state. And then it wakes up and realizes. Per row sharding? Oh, so S3. I haven't used Auth0 in a while, but it's just in a rough, out-of-date state. Doesn't integrate well with modern tools and charges you for everything still. Like, it costs as much as modern tools without being as good as modern tools, and doesn't have the flexibility to work around that to the same level as other solutions do. Oh shit, Eva with the 17 months of support. Freaking legend. Good to see you. Hope all is well. So for what it's worth, Jackson, I wouldn't integrate marker thing. I would take a look at the source code and integrate the feature from Twitch into your editor instead. I'm just hacking the Twitch API for it. That's all marker thing is, a really, really rough wrapper on top of Twitch. Yeah, the Twitch API abuse is why that works. Let me thank all of the subs that we had when we were getting started. Oh shit, Michaela at Zed started us off strong. I wonder why you are here, Michaela. Good to see you. I am excited for today. Hopefully you are still here, because I'm very excited for the work that you and the team are doing. No reason at all. I'll VIP you so I don't miss it. Yeah, you were the one that I chatted with about making a YouTube channel, right? Because I really want to see you do that. You had some really fun perspective. Awesome. Let me know when you do that. I would assume not. It seems like you guys have been busy over there. Like, you decided to do the one thing you're not supposed to do, replace the most core tool in our systems. But I will ask Michaela, do you know my take on Git, in particular in the AI world? Because I think you're going to be a bit surprised by this one, if not. Not a clue. Oh boy, you're going to have a lot of fun with this. The bad news is I probably won't be mentioning the Z part until halfway or more through the video. Surgery is Friday, so in 2 days, I just filled out yet another frickin' form about it. We'll see how it goes. I'm excited for OpenTUI. Still too early, and I don't have anything to say about it. Don't really have much to say about the Twitch bot drama either, funny enough. Let me thank all the subs that I missed. So we have Michaela starting us strong. Dak here with the tier 3, 29 months in, freaking legend. Hug More Trees with a 23 months, about to hit the 2-year mark. Shamu with the 2 months of tier 1, appreciate that. RemXB hitting 14 months. Zovi with the cheer. Something about the PlayStation video. I really want to do the PlayStation 5 React Native video. I want to collect a little more info. Videos like that where it's less diagramming and less typing and more just discussion, I'm planning on doing more of after the surgery because I won't be able to type because of my hand. I'm getting like half the freaking thing reconstructed. My thumb's just kind of falling out of the socket at this point. I have x-rays on Twitter if you search for them. My hand's a disaster. Skateboard injuries. So excited to have those fixed and then hopefully be able to skate again more actively. 19 months of support from Blue Guy. Thank you so much for that. Trow here with the 9 months of support. Spec AV, the legend. Suggested street skate spots in SF. I am who I am, and who I am is a person that skates the ferry building in the Island Plaza almost exclusively. It's called the Herman Miller Plaza. We just call it the Island. I love me my flat and the occasional set and got all that there. The stair set across the street is the Embarcadero, like the classic EMB Plaza. Pretty solid overall. These spots have died down a bit, mostly because the Embarcadero now has a giant fucking pickleball court on it, so less to do there. There's some cool stair sets up the street. There is Pier 7, and there's another pier that's a little north that has a nice stair set, a little ledge, and a rail that's cool. Then there's Pier 14, I think, which is the one that has all of the fancy ledges that used to be like covered up that have been since denobbed and are really skatable. Third and Army is a fucking legendary spot. Like absolutely legendary. Yeah, then there's the 3 up, 3 down in front of the Armory. That's an absolutely legendary spot in the Mission. It's between 15th and 16th on Mission Street. There's a bunch of random street gaps just throughout the city. The plaza in front of the Apple store, like Union Square, has a couple spots that aren't as much a bust as they used to be before COVID. There's a really cool little street plaza in the like Civic Center / Tenderloin area. It's like on Civic and Market. It's right next to where my old apartment was. It opened right after I moved out. I was pissed. Pretty cool spot. Yeah, there's a lot of cool places in the city. You can honestly just skate around and see legendary spots. It's pretty nuts. I love it. I don't like skate streaming. The only one who does it right is Ricky. I might do a collab stream with him in the future at some point, but the way I skate is not friendly for streaming. Most skating is not good for streaming. Yeah. Thank you for the question, Spec. I'll always take the opportunity to nerd out about skate stuff whenever it's even vaguely reasonable. I also missed a bunch of gift subs. I'll thank you all in a sec. Thanks, Chesk. I see ya. Yeah, we got Artem here. Google interview process lasted 3 months, finally ended with them picking a guy with a master's. Yeah, that sounds like Google. And we got Joe Simo here with 3 months of support. Mr. Bubbles here with the 14 months. Kevin Vandy, the 39 months of tier 3. Fucking absolute legend. Thank you for each and every one of those. We got Shavam here with the 6 months straight, 14 months total. Year Langchain released in AI Agent. This better not be a troll link. If this is a Rickroll, I'm going to be so mad. It is Rickroll. I called it. I knew it. I could tell from the URL. XCQ, don't do that to me. Nice try with the dub link. You almost got me. I'm so thankful I checked. Insanity later with the 40 months of support. Clough X with the 4 months. Stu with the 5 bomb. Thank you again so much for the gift subs. Y'all appreciate it a ton. 4132 with the Prime, 3 months in. Mark the Awesome with the Prime. Eva here, 17 frickin' months. Insane. Ninja Dev with the 19 months straight, 24 total, hitting that 2-year mark. Oh boy, what's this? Oh boy. Bad feeling I have to talk about manga today. I'm sorry, I just saw this, Aiden. Figuring out what we're talking about still. We got Mecha here with the 5 bomb. Jabba here with the 13 months. So many ideas for streams. Share away when I'm between videos and not in the middle thanking all the subs. Jab play with the Prime. Bruv, I'm tired with the tier 1. Continuing the gift sub. Appreciate that. Chesk here with the 5 bomb again. Thank you all so much. Bent Signal with the 6 months. Drerzak with the Prime. And Pulgueta with the tier 1. Let's see who I missed on YouTube while I was doing that. Nobody so far. Cool. Close out of my chart. Of course, I'm still in the freestyle shit. I've been doing more traditional flat like tricks, just really working on my switch game because of my knee. Data constantly updated by a bunch of AI agents. Ugh. Again, this is so specific to your use case and needs. I don't want to make a generic recommendation. Switch Nollie Heal. Do you mean Fakey Heal or do you mean Switch and Nollie Heal are your favorite flat tricks? I don't actually know anyone on the Electron side nowadays. And no, I won't be able to play Silk Song. I won't be able to play Skate. I won't be able to play Minecraft, which I've been playing with some friends again. I won't be able to play jack shit. I might do a crazy setup with the Xbox. It's not the accessibility controller. Bigger than A though. We got Kunhout with the 24 months hitting that 2-year freaking legend, and then Timon with the tier 3 for 27 months. Jesus Christ, appreciate that a ton. Yeah, I haven't even beat fucking Hollow Knight yet, so I can wait for Silk Song. It's fine. I'm more bummed about Skate, honestly. Now that things are dropping, I can say that for the first week of the most recent playtest waves, I had the highest rep in the world in EA Skate for like a week before open source happened and I had to stop playing. Very fun. Yeah, I'm very good at EA Skate and the skateboarding games in general, so I'm very excited to be able to play that with everybody once it's public. I'll probably do a video on it once it's out. I still owe the CodeRabbit guys a call before I do the video on that. I do plan to. Skater XL was my favorite before I got access to the new Skate early access. I didn't like Session as much. I tried really hard. I like funded, I think I gave like $1,000 to Session because I was so excited about it. And I still much prefer Skater XL. But the new EA Skate, even though the controls aren't as like flexible as they are in the indie games with the 2-stick controls and shit that I love, the new Skate engine just feels so fucking good. And I went in wanting to hate it because it's Frostbite, and I fucking hate Frostbite. Oh. Yeah, I've heard a little bit about this, actually. I did see Claude for Chrome. I don't know if I have anything to say about it just yet. We got Newspick here with the Newspick EL. I don't know how I'm supposed to pronounce that. We'll call you Newspickle. Thank you for the 2 months of support. Favorite flat trick? Fakey tray or switch heel? Or not switch, fakey tray or switch flip? Honorary mentioned switch laser because I fucking love switch lasers. Bazad with the tier 1. Really appreciate that. I wasn't too big into tech decks. I'd rather just like skate in a basement. Did a lot of skating in basements. Surgery is for my thumb being mostly dislocated because of skate injuries. I do not have carpal tunnel. I've been gaslit into thinking I did for like 8 years, and no, it's a lot of other deeper injuries. Lots of like bone chunks floating around my wrist and shit. Again, this is so specific to your needs. I don't like giving advice that is so different depending on what you're building. Switch laser is actually a relatively easy trick. The nollie laser is the easiest fucking thing ever. If you know how to nollie back 3 shove, which is a super easy trick, just dip your heel and the nollie laser happens. No one knew that when I was doing them 5 to 10 years ago. Now everyone knows that, and people are throwing them down everything. It was really cool, and it was like me, Chris Haslam, and this one weird like Norwegian guy doing it, and no one else. Very fun times, and now everyone has that trick. Yeah, I saw somebody doing like switch laser back lip. Like, what the fuck? Skating's a different beast nowadays. I don't know the formal terms for it, but they're pushing my thumb back up. They are building new ligaments to hold it in place, and they're stuffing a camera in to see how fucked the rest of my wrist is for my neck surgery. So it's mostly a thumb plus planning for my wrist surgery. Subtitles don't work because they don't have good enough live tech for subtitles on Twitch, and it costs money to do that. I might set up something in the future, but in the future for sure. The talk will not be, or the talk was not filmed. I specifically was excited for a talk that wasn't filmed so I could just go off on random shit. So it will not be anywhere. I do have a large idea of how little this narrows it down. It was something dinosaur, I remember. I have his handle saved somewhere, but I don't remember off the top of my head. It was a weird handle. Yeah, thumb go back in. Let's figure out what we're talking about today. Obviously, we got to do the Z and the war on Git. I'll bump this to mid-pry. Excited about that one. With Mongo. The Mongo stuff's very interesting, so sneak that in here as well. I don't have an article. I have a long video, the like history of how I got into startups. You know, Lou was great. I have some like banger tweets that I planned for it, but have not been online much. I kind of want to do a video about the what's it called? All the drama around YC job offers. I don't know what to call it. Don't work at a startup, maybe. Don't worry, gamer girl. Just talking about my hand being fucked. Thank you, FaZe, for catching her up. As an employee, it's don't work at a startup. Thank you, Spec. Good seeing you. I don't know what you mean by give context to LLM chat app. That's way too vague. You already asked. I don't have an answer. Just build a chat app. You'll learn these things as you build. What do you got for me, Reese? Oh yeah, I did see this. I've been planning on looking more into the experimentation you've been doing here. You're talking about here, Diz. Oh, my story. Oh, it's my career history. Yo, Yash at the Prime. Thank you for the resub. Always good to see you, man. Hope all's well. I have not seen ACP. Is that the agent standard for letting Gemini and other like agents work within Zed? If so, I've very vaguely seen it. And you of him. Oh, fun. The anonymous flash image been added to T3 chat. Mark has some very fun changes ready for it. Oh shit, NMG, Canada Honk is definitely the right person to talk to here. Yeah. If you two, yeah, you two should definitely link up. Shoot, now I'm trying to click. Oh, actually, I do want to click this. Bring your own agent to Zed. Very fun. I'll throw this in here. Why not, you know? You might be using a weird JPEG format if you're having issues with those. DM me if it continues to be a problem, and we can chat post-stream, or I could have Mark help. Or just throw it in the T3 chat Discord. It's probably the best place. Is this just like really out of date chat here? How to stop rewriting every built-in system in Godot because it doesn't work how it should? Don't use Godot. No, Godot's fine. I'm about to invest in a game that's using Godot. We'll see how it goes. It has peer-to-peer netcode in it, so I'm extra scared, but I trust the dev. Shadsy NPill took you long enough. It's really good. OpenAI Codex update. No, I did not. Is it the Rust one? Rayo here with the 2 months of support. Love the man streams. Turbo, but you paid for the sub also. I really appreciate that. Thank you. We will provide the element with the necessary information based on the user's data during chat. What's the best tools? We don't use any of those things in T3 chat. We don't have a way to ingest code. You can drag and drop files. Processing and retrieval, we don't have any of that. Just put it in the chat history. Micro investing never made sense. I could possibly do a video on the current state of investing. Could do a general like WTF is going on with VC. Could be a video for sure. Yeah, the micro investing thing never made sense because companies that are worth investing in have quite the problem of there are too many options and too many investors. You got to know who to cut out more than who to let in. So what's left is the less good people. Similar to like when you put up a public job listing, like I'm hiring for this. The people who are going to come aren't the best because the best already have jobs. Like getting the best things requires like putting in the work. And in a space where average makes money, that's fine. Because like an average engineer isn't that much worse than a best-in-class engineer. But an average startup fails and a best-in-class startup makes billions of dollars. I'm not a secret audiophile. I'm very public about that. But the Bose QC45s, oops, did not mean to click that. What is this though? The QC45s are fine. Not my favorite, not my least favorite. If they are comfy enough for you, awesome. I usually recommend getting the AirPod Pro 2s first, seeing if that's enough for you. And if it's not, buying something that fits the gaps that the Pro 2s have, because those are just such good daily driver headphones. I literally always have my Pro 2s on me, even though I have like thousands upon thousands of dollars of much nicer headphones in my studio. I like the Pro 2s. They're just so convenient and sound good enough. The QC45s aren't that heavy. Pro 2s should work on Linux. Anything Bluetooth, relatively standard. Yeah, I really like Blacksmith. Blacksmith and Depot are both really good. Almost like, I highly recommend you use at least one of those because it helps a ton with performance for your builds. Let's start talking about content stuff. We need to do a video. People are here for the Git stuff. We can start with that. Let me get my documents ready to go. Oh god, that vibe coding video is such a banger. I can't wait for that to come out. Cool. I want to grab Casey Muratori's just clips from this video because it was really, really good. Cool. I think I have everything I need to start this one. Yeah, the XMs are still really good. I find the new XM5s are the latest, right? Whatever the latest ones are, I have them. They hurt a little bit after like 30 to 40 minutes wearing them, but they're solid overall. The fact they finally fixed the cup so you can like let them rest and fold them better again is really nice. The previous generation was rough because they weren't portable enough. Generally, I treat these like over-ear Bluetooth noise canceling headphones very different from actual like high-quality audiophile gear. Just none of them come close in terms of quality to like a real high-end over-ear. Like you can get the fucking Hi-Fi Man Edition XSs, I think, for $300, and they'll shit all over any normal headphone. I don't even like Hi-Fi Man that much. I should actually update Zed. I have a podcast with Ben Awad. I helped him get his first investor. We've been homies forever. How old is this Zed build? 0122. How old am I, Michaela? You're at 200. Oh boy. Oh yeah, my terminal open. Give me a sec. Cool. Nice. Cool. I'm gonna mark you as not suspicious. You seem chill. Thank you. I never know how to pronounce your name. I just think it's Sense. So I'm calling you Sense. Thank you for the 4 months. I have not paid attention to KZ. Not sure. Postdocs had LLM analytics for a long ass time now, haven't they? We have that set up. They've had a package for it for a very long time. Are they finally? Oh, it's out of beta. Interesting. I don't like the 770s. I really don't like the 770s. Their sound like curve is awful. Let's talk about the Git stuff before I go too insane and get too distracted. Here, cool. Let's get started. Oh, dark mode on the blog. Ooh. Command Shift P. Nope, that does a private space. Is there another way? Because Command P is print. Ah, there we go. And does that sync between? Cool. Thank you. Z is not a VS Code fork. It's a from scratch rewrite in Rust. Let's do it. Now talk about the Git killer. Cool. Button a little. Cool. Yeah, I'm feeling good. Should have a swig of water. Losing my voice already, and we're just starting. That's what I get for doing calls all morning, and then streaming. It is what it is. I got to get some videos before I'm out for surgery. Let's do it. It's hard to overstate how important Git is for modern software. Second time is the charm. It's genuinely hard to overstate how important Git is to modern software. It's essential to the entire ecosystem that we all build in and love. Open source would not be what it is today without Git. Platforms like GitHub would not be viable without Git. Work at companies would be obnoxious if every single company was using their own weird version control systems. Git has fundamentally changed how we think about and ship software. Without it, I don't know where we'd be. That said, it's time to rethink things a bit. I've been saying this for a while. I don't know if Git is the best possible solution. In fact, I'm almost certain it isn't. As great as it is as a standard and as powerful as it is as a thing we use every day for managing our source and our systems, there is potential to make something better. And the need for something better is greater than ever right now. Because all of a sudden, we're not the only ones coding in our editors. We have AI agents contributing as well. Suddenly, we have people who might not know how to use Git contributing to our code bases too. And making sure we keep track of who's changing what, where, when, and why, as well as providing an experience for the developers that makes actual sense, is really tough. And meanwhile, we're too busy fighting over merge strategies to actually make anything happen in the Git world. I genuinely think there's an opportunity for some innovation here. And thankfully, I'm not the only one. I'll cut to here. Yeah. You guys might remember a particular IDE I covered a while back, the Zed IDE. No, not Zen the browser, Zed the editor. I was really excited about Zed because it's from the ground up new. It's not a VS Code fork. It's a fresh editor from scratch, written in Rust, meant to be the best possible editor experience for writing code. Recently, they've been embracing AI really heavily, and with that, they're catching more and more of the issues that exist when you're building with AI. And Git has increasingly become one of those issues, which is why this news was very exciting to me. Not because Sequoia backed Zed with $32 million, although that is really cool. The thing that was exciting here is that they are waging war on Git. Talking about code helps us understand it both individually and as a team, but with current tooling, these discussions and all the insights they generate seem to exist everywhere except the code itself. Git lets you collaborate by sharing commits and branches, but between commits, you work alone in your own isolated working copy. And this is why they're introducing DeltaDB, their vision for turning an IDE into a collaborative workspace. It's an alternative to Git that supposedly will be compatible with Git. And I'm very excited because it seems like someone is finally building the Git alternative that I've been waiting for years now. There's a lot to get into here, from why I don't think Git works well to the problems many people have with Git to what a better alternative could look like. All of that said, I did not raise $32 million from Sequoia, and I've got to cover some bills. So quick word from today's sponsor, and then we'll dive right in. Cool. Well, if we're talking about a Git killer, it's only fair to start with what's wrong with Git, because if it's fine, there's no reason to build an alternative to it. So, what are the problems with Git? There are the obvious ones, like the complexity of the UX, like who understands intuitively what a rebase is? It makes sense once you're pretty familiar with Git, but it takes a while to get to that point. There are a lot of good arguments against the flow of Git that I've been hearing from varying interesting places. One that I actually really liked was from Casey Muratori on Prime's podcast. I'll link this in the description if you want to watch the whole thing, but I just want to cover some highlights quick. Please just work.
Trains. When you've, so this is for this. You have one way to deal with merge trains. When you've, so this is, he's saying you have one piece of work, you break it into a series of nice, neat little tasks. Each are individually QA'd and reviewed, but they are depending on each other. Is Git good for this? Casey.
Why are you asking me?
Because I know
you work with people.
Because I know.
Casey.
I just want you to keep saying, "I'll rebut this at the end."
I mean,
do you have any opinions?
You have to. Yeah, my opinion is that this discussion is why all this stuff is so freaking ridiculous. Like the fact, like your job is to program a computer. You're supposed to be spending your mental energy figuring out how to make good programs, right? And instead, like 25% of every programmer's brain now is occupied with things like, should I merge or rebase? That even the fact that that is something that is now a discussion means this was a failure. Source code control should be invisible, right? It should guide the correct process so that no one thinks about it. It just tells you what you need to do whatever it is that you're going to do. I'm just supposed to program. That's what I'm supposed to do. And then if there's a conflict, it should be like, okay, here's the thing. We send the correct emails. We get the, schedule the meeting, whatever has to happen. That source control is supposed to facilitate programming. But instead, programmers are facilitating source code control. It's completely backwards, right? And so this needs work. People should be fixing this instead of spending all their time arguing about whether you're going to rebase or merge or what exactly you're supposed to be doing for large files. Like, oh, do you guys use the virtual file system thing that they did, or do you use this other plugin? How many? It's like, no, this stuff should have been solved.
Yep. Every word is truth. I say this as a person who actually really, really likes Git. If you don't know my history, when I was first learning code stuff, I was hosting Minecraft servers, and I learned Git as a way to manage the versions of the plugins and things I was using before I'd actually written code. So I knew Git and GNU Screen, funny enough, and was very familiar with SSH before I actually wrote code. And those things ended up being superpowers for me when I went to college, because I never had the problem of accidentally deleting code that like everyone around me and all of my peers had. Getting good at Git was a really helpful thing early in my career. Like genuinely really, really helpful. But that doesn't mean it's good enough. What XKCD has been linked? Is this the like new standard one? Oh, yeah. I forgot about this XKCD. Thank you for sharing this one. This is Git. It tracks collaborative work on projects through a beautiful distributed graph theory tree model. Cool. How do we use it? No idea. Just memorize these shell commands and type them to sync up. If you get errors, save your work elsewhere, delete the project, and download a fresh copy. Yep. Accurate. That's kind of the problem, though. The history of Git, I think, will make it easier to understand. We started with other source control options, like SVN was the big one. There was also Mercurial, but I believe Mercurial happened around the same time as Git. So SVN was the big one. Chat, quick sanity check. SVN is the one that Linus was using before making Git, right? Or was it something else? What was the one that he was using? No, what was... Okay, you say no, but what was... Oh, Bitwarden. Or not Bitwarden, BitKeeper, yes, thank you. The other option was BitKeeper, which was supposedly pretty good, but both of these were proprietary. Honestly, the idea of open source software was still kind of new at the time, so managing the source for an open source project was not trivial. The way that you would accept changes is somebody would email you a patch in an email chain, and people would have a conversation, go back and forth to decide whether or not that should be merged into the main code source that people would access. That was chaos. It was absolute chaos. And a lot of what made Git special was Linus's frustration with these workflows, in particular when they were trying to streamline usage of BitKeeper, which they had free access to as like a friendly deal. Their attempt to reverse engineer it got them banned from BitKeeper, which pissed off Linus so much that he went and made Git. But Git really feels like what Linus needed, which was a decentralized management system for lots of people having access to the same source, perfectly formatting their Git history and their changes so they could submit them over email to be approved and merged into this major project. Git was built out of the specific needs of Linus, and those specific needs don't necessarily line up with what most software developers need today. So much so that there was the need for a centralized platform right after Git started. It's a bit funny to say, but without GitHub, it's unlikely Git would have found the success that it has, because as great as the decentralized model is, it doesn't provide the experience that we expect as developers of a centralized source of truth that is where everything happens. And one of the biggest innovations there with GitHub was the idea of the pull request. Instead of submitting these changes over email, you could have your own branch and then on the GitHub interface, make a pull request that would suggest the changes, that people could leave comments on each line, accept it, and then merge it, creating a whole system for contributing and collaborating on open source projects. Git quickly became essential for open source projects, and GitHub became the homepage where a lot of these places are. Git quickly became essential for open source, and GitHub became the place where all these open source projects went. Over time, this ramped up to the crazy world we're in today, where like 95% of developers are doing the majority of their work in Git. It fully replaced SVN and BitKeeper in almost all real workplaces. It's kind of insane how relevant Git became. So much so that when I got in a fight about this on like Hacker News and Twitter a while ago, people were trying to say that Git's this new fad that's going to go away any day now, and people are too expecting of it to be like taught in schools and whatnot. And I just went in on this person because it's been the standard for almost 20 years now. It's what every job expects you to use and know. And if you're working on real software, you have necessarily encountered and used Git. Not because you chose Git, but something you're using chose Git. And now you have to know the basics of it. It's like, if you don't know how to type on a QWERTY keyboard, you're probably not a very good, or if you know how to type on a QWERTY keyboard, you're probably not very good at sysadmin. If you don't know how to use Git, you're probably not very good at coding. That's just reality. And that reality is honestly fine. If anything, it's good, because Git is such a powerful thing. It's such a good open standard that it has allowed the entire industry to just stop fighting over the solution and just have one. That said, there's a lot of room for improvement despite how good Git is. We were talking about the complexity of the UX, but I want to give more specific examples. Here's one that I think about far too much because I was surprised how bad this was when I tried to use AI with it. Merge conflicts. When I was working on the migration for T3 Chat's backend, where I moved basically everything over to Convex, that PR was massive. It was like 8,000-ish lines of code. It had to be, because I was doing a full rewrite of the backend using a new system entirely. I'm okay with that, and I'm okay with dealing with merge conflicts. The problem with merge conflicts is that they exist in a weird layer of Git. Git is meant to track the history of changes that you want to save when you're ready to save them. Merge conflicts exist between those changes. Something I do a lot is partial commits, where I'll git add -p, select the parts I want, ignore the parts I don't, and then commit progress or whip or stage 1 finished or something like that. And I'll do a bunch of those incremental commits as I get things that are good, so that I don't have to worry about nuking it, because I will regularly git stash or git reset hard, because I don't care about what I have cached, because if it wasn't good enough to commit, it wasn't good enough to care about. And that's a totally fine workflow until you hit the edges of Git where it doesn't work, like merge conflicts. You can't commit during a merge. When you commit, it's no longer a merge. And it's so annoying, like absurdly annoying. All I wanted was the ability to, I ran into this because I was trying out different AI tools and agents to see how well they could handle this merge conflict. And I was surprised. Most of them got like half of it right and the other half wrong. The problem is I can't commit the part it got right and ignore the part it got wrong, or stash it and put it on another branch, because I'm living between commits during that window. I could merge the files that still have the like git merge conflict in the file itself, but then everything falls apart, and all of the tooling around Git expects that you're either in a good state or you're in a merge conflict state. not that you want to commit during a merge conflict state. I see people bring up work trees. I love work trees. They're really good, but they don't solve this problem at all. If you think amending the same commit over and over again somehow solves this, I don't know if we're living in the same worlds, but like big merge conflicts suck hard because there's no real way to do partial work. When you are between commits, life gets really hard in Git. The commit is a good primitive, and the pull request is an okay primitive, but I need something smaller and I need something between those two as well. Because if you're doing something that is not a full commit, everything falls apart. And if you're starting to stack pull requests, everything falls apart too. That's why I'm such a big simp for Graphite. Is that going to go to the actual Graphite app? Yeah. That's why I'm such a big simp for Graphite. The idea of stacked PRs as a way to accept pieces and then merge the whole pile in when it's ready is incredible. There's a reason that Meta doesn't use Git. They instead use Mercurial with stack diffs. It's a really good workflow, especially when you're trying to ship faster. I love Graphite. They are a sponsor. I'm not an investor. I probably should have been, honestly. Love these guys and what they're doing. But what they're doing is trying to make a better alternative to the way that we deal with Git's problems. That's the one you linked. Cool. Yeah. I know JJ's a thing. There are other solutions built on top of Git. As much as I love Graphite, I've heard incredible good things about JJ as well. It's a version control system built on top of Git that supposedly solves a lot of these problems. I don't know. I haven't used it. Yeah. Oh, shit. Conflicts can be recorded in commits. Okay. I'm sold. I'll be trying out JJ next week. Straight up. That's really cool to see. This is something I've specifically wanted for a very, very long time. Love that GitHub log loading or not. Yeah, meanwhile, GitHub just now announced issue dependencies where you can have a chain of issues that block each other. Yes, just now, in August of 2025. Hilarious. But that doesn't solve the Git side of things. A problem that I run into a lot is the stacked PRs. If I have a pull request up and I'm waiting for review, but I need that for another PR I want to do, so I just branch off and go work on it, then we merge the first PR and we squash merge it or rebase it or anything else, the history for the PR I was just working on is now slightly broken. And if you know Git well enough to rebase it properly, cool. You don't, good luck. PR trains are a very painful thing, and they shouldn't be. It should just, it's a natural way to work, especially if you're shipping fast and also doing a good job of making sure people like actually review the code before you merge it. It's obnoxious that this isn't a first-class citizen in Git, because that's not how Git's supposed to work. Git was built for piecemeal changes to be sent to Linus for review over email and then merged in by hand. We've been hacking workflows on top of the Git standard for a very long time now. And don't even get me started on some of the biggest hacks, like LFS is an insane pile of hacks. It's incredible that it works, but it's a lot of hacks. So to better phrase this, or to better frame this, there's kind of a spectrum of pieces. On the far left here, you have like a line of code as like the smallest piece in your system. And all the way here, you have the repo. And there are little pieces that are different sizes that we work with every day. The pull request is one of those pieces, and it's relatively large. We also have the git commit, which is relatively small. What we don't have is something between these two. What we also don't have is something here that is tracked. Like once we pass this line, everything is untracked until we commit it, unless you get really good at command Zing. Like the only way you can change things pre a commit is with command Z and command shift Z. If you want to track things before commits, you have to start committing more, and that breaks under a lot of different workflows. Or if you want to do something different than a pull request that's like a bit smaller and stackable, but still reviewable, you're kind of screwed. There's all this space between commits and pull requests that is largely unexplored. And there's all this space before commits that is arguably even more so unexplored. And this is why I'm excited about a potential alternative to Git. The idea that things in this space can have more metadata, have a history, and have the ability to go backwards and forwards in them, to have the context of where this line of code came from, what agent wrote this, and what were they doing when they did it. None of that exists here. And then between these, I've been saying the idea of like pieces that are ready for review, but not necessarily ready for merge, that you could stack up and then merge all as a group. That just doesn't exist at all. I mean, it does with things like Graphite or things like Mercurial and the stack diff workflow, but inside of Git, they're not native at the slightest. Again, JJ helps with some of these things. I haven't used it enough to confidently say such, but I've heard enough smart people saying that. But I've also never actually seen someone using JJ before, so hard to know for sure. I've seen more people using their own bespoke CLIs than I've seen people using JJ, personally speaking. Doesn't mean it's not good, just means I haven't seen it. I want to read through this quick. Code review is a whole separate mess. A friend from Zed just sent me this, and I know I'm going to love this article, and it touches on a lot of things I am frustrated as hell about. I honestly kind of want to do a whole video about code review in the near future, because I have a lot of thoughts. The current status of Git review is insane. In particular, this dev was so frustrated with GitHub that they would pull down the branch, reset to base so that all of the changes were staged, and then review it using Magit or their editor. And then when they want to actually leave feedback and review the PR, they go back to GitHub, wait for all of the back and forth with the GitHub server for it to actually render the right thing so they can go finally leave the goddamn comment. Not fun. I personally use either Graphite, because I just really like Graphite nowadays, but I also will often use the plugin in VS Code, or in my case, Cursor. Yeah. I have the PR, or that's that's just the Git extension. I want the GitHub one. The GitHub extension for VS Code is highly underrated. The fact that you can just open up a PR and review it in your editor is great, but it's also slow as balls. Waiting, cool. There's that. Now I can go look at the files in my editor and leave comments. It's so much better than trying to do this inside of GitHub, because the GitHub UI falls apart when you're trying to do anything with a big PR in it. I love this workflow. It's a lot better. So is Graphite, to be fair. The point I'm trying to make here is that GitHub is not a good enough platform for reviewing. Some of that's Git's fault. Most of it's GitHub's fault. I could go off for a very long time about the state of code review, and I'm trying to not get sidetracked by that. So I will do my best to avoid it, and we will get back to the points I want to make here. Hopefully I've adequately proved the fact that just because we live in commits, pull requests, and big repos doesn't mean there isn't room between these primitives to make something better. It would be really nice if I could see what prompt led to this line of code being added. It'd be really cool if I could, or it'd be really cool if I could revert one step without having to make sure I have the right history for the chat inside of or it'd be really nice if I could revert back a step from my agent without having to worry about code I was writing getting overwritten when I go back to the checkpoint in Cursor or Claude or whatever else. If all of these tools could document the work they're doing as they do it as part of version control, you'd have way more control and way more information. And this is why I'm excited about what Zed is doing. It's a combination of things. The biggest reason I'm excited about Zed in particular doing this, to be frank, let me retake that. The reason I think that Zed in particular is capable of doing this is relatively simply put, but there's a lot of subtlety to the details. They have the balls to do it. I say this because in a world where everybody else is forking VS Code and adding AI features and making hundreds of millions of dollars, Zed built their own ground-up rendering layer in Rust. In a world where everybody else is forking Klein and Rue code and Kilo code, Zed is building their own agents, and now their own agent standard that people can use to add agents into whatever tools they like. They're helping make NeoVim viable with these AI tools right now with ACP, their agentic code standard. And they're doing this all in Rust, by the way. This is an AI developer tooling company that writes everything in Rust. Michaela, who's hanging out in my chat right now, is one of the few people I've heard say that AI is actually good at writing Rust if you do it properly. And I absolutely believe her. Because they are doing it every day. There's one last piece that really impressed me with Zed. When I first tried it in a video to talk about this new VS Code killer, I had some performance issues, even though it was written in Rust. Turns out writing everything in Rust doesn't magically make it fast as much as people like to believe that. There's a lot of other complications to doing things well in Rust. One of those complications is macOS, in particular the way the metal rendering systems worked, and they had some assumptions based on the machines they were using that weren't true on my M2 MacBook, which resulted in it being locked at around 60 FPS with weird dips. So scrolling felt awful, new lines felt awful, even just typing to an extent didn't feel great. And I shit you not, the Zed team came to my apartment, borrowed my laptop, and debugged the issues on my machine, making custom builds and airdropping them over so we could figure out what was wrong. We spent like 2 hours together fixing the performance issues I was seeing in Zed. That's the level of dedication necessary to do something as bold as a from-scratch, ground-up, new IDE. Comes to your house, fixes perf issues, leaves. Seriously though, like, it's hard to say how valuable those little things are. As silly as they might seem, it shows the level of dedication and care. It's one of those things where, like, I'm not an investor in Zed. If they win, some of my investments are going to lose out. I have no financial ties or gains to have if Zed wins, but I still want them to because I like the team a lot. I love how focused and locked in they are on the problems they're trying to solve. I like how transparent they are. I like how they embrace open source. I like how they're opening all the standards for all the things they're building. They're just a good faith player in the space. And they're focused as hell. They get these problems, and they're already doing what I would consider one of the boldest possible things, starting from scratch in an established open field that you could have just forked instead. Zed has everything they need to do this. The expertise, the care, the focus, the engineers, the funding, but most importantly, the balls. They are willing to do the hard thing no one else wants to. And that's what's necessary to change Git. You can't just want a Git alternative. You have to be willing to kind of die in the trenches for a while to do it. I actually really like this way of putting it, Ambush. Having the attitude of nothing is beneath me is very invaluable. Absolutely agree. Yeah. Hey, it's not working. Can I come over? Yeah, seriously though. So what do they have in mind? Let's take a look at their article. This is, again, their this is, again, their announcement of their Series B, but that's not what I'm excited about here. It's what they detail in the Series B announcement. Our ultimate vision is a new way to collaborate on software where conversations about code remain connected to the code itself, instead of being tied to aging snapshots or scattered across different tools. This part is so real. The fact that the reason this code changed, or the history of these changes, exists between Claude Code, Open Code, Cursor, GitHub, various branches that get squashed and destroyed, and all these other things, makes it really hard to track what changed where and why. The first step was creating a high-quality editor to serve as the user interface. Yes, this is the other important piece here. As I was just showing, code review is a lot easier in an editor than it is in a broken Rails app. Making yet another web interface that's yet another code review tool could be good. It has been with Graphite, but it also could be not as good. That said, if you have built an editor from the ground up to make a better editing experience, you're no longer trying to force it into VS Code. I can't tell you how many things I've seen forced into VS Code nowadays, be it the crazy agentic stuff we do with Cursor, Windsurf, RuCode, Kilo Code, Augment, or all these other tools, be it the attempts to make code review in editor work, like the GitHub pull request tab, which is a great feature that you can install as an extension, but it's still heavily limited by what VS Code was built to do and not do. And there's enough separation between the VS Code team and the GitHub team that they don't kiss. It doesn't feel great. It feels better than GitHub, but that's a low bar. But if you have a company that's focus is a ground-up editor experience, and now is also focused on the collaboration experience, which they have been since day one. I remember day one, one of the big things they pushed was their idea of collabing live with collab editing, voice, shared notes, and more. They've built this editor for collaboration from day one. They are prepared to make a best-in-class they're prepared to make a best-in-class VCS and potentially even code review experience, which I'm very excited to see how that goes. This new investment allows them to tackle the next phase of their plan. They're developing a new kind of operation-based version control that incrementally tracks the evolution of your code with edit-level granularity. And we're integrating it into Zed to make collaboration, both with agents and teammates, a first-class part of the coding experience. I want to grab one more piece from this quick.
And let you know so that you can then go in and resolve those at your leisure or not, right? And that's just optimal for small teams because if you have hundreds of thousands of people, then you're not going to want to do something similar to that, right? But there's no benefit to something like Git for us because it's just a tremendous amount of complexity for no actual benefit, right? And you can add to that the fact that for a very long time, something like Git wouldn't have even been an option for people like us because we have very, very large repositories. Git until system A would just be something like what we use would be a setting you could pick. So you just pick we're a small team, so everything should just be completely transparent because we don't need any of the complexity stuff that a large organization would need. Everyone should basically not even have to touch source code control, especially artists. It should just kind of work, right? They just do their work and it gets sucked into a central versioning system for them, and they really don't have to think about it, right? And for programmers, it should just overlay files. Just say, okay, someone else did these changes at the same time. You can resolve them at your leisure or not. It's up to you, but I'm not going to bother you about it until you actually say you're on one machine. And I don't want to create another branch. I don't want to have to do anything. I made these two changes. When I type them, I want you to back up what I'm doing, and I want that to be available on both machines.
Cool. That's the part I was looking for. A lot of what they're proposing sounds familiar. Once again, to cite Casey.
On another machine, and I make some changes that both affect the same file. Right? I don't want...
Here, it's the I don't want is what we want to cut from phase. That's great, YouTube. You don't need to actually play the video.
To my own self. So if I have two different machines, let's say I'm developing on one machine and on another machine, and I make some changes that both affect the same file, right? I don't want it to tell me I can't check in. That's absurd. Like, I don't want to create another branch. I don't want to have to do anything. I made these two changes. When I type done, I want you to back up what I'm doing. And I want that to be available on both machines. And I'll deal with it when I deal with it, okay? Don't stop my programming because you think your repository has to be in some pristine state. I know what I'm doing, so just go away, right? So what I like...
Yeah. Banger after banger. I love people who get a system, use it every day, but know how to argue against it too. Yeah. Zed folks who are watching this, hit up Casey. Get him on your side for this. He could be a very, very powerful ally. Very powerful. Anyways. They have a breakdown of their thoughts on why Git isn't good enough. And I want to go through these because this is all bangers. Why snapshots constrain our conversations about code. Real-world software is the product of a never-ending stream of conversations with yourself, your teammates, and now also with generative AI models. Talking about code helps us understand it, both individually and as a team. But with current tooling, these discussions, as well as the insights that they generate, seem to exist everywhere except the code itself. I cannot tell you how many times I had to go hunt through Discord or Slack to find why we made this change because no one thought to write it in the commits. And even if they did, who's going to read those? I just expect it to not be there because it's never really made sense to put it there. No one actually reads commit history because it's not a useful artifact. Git lets you collaborate by sharing commits and branches, but between commits, your work alone, reread. Git lets you collaborate by sharing commits and branches, but between commits, you work alone in your own isolated working copy. It's fairly easy to discuss code that's changing in a PR, but if you want to have a conversation about an arbitrary part of your code base, you're stuck linking to a particular version of the relevant code in a snapshot, or worse, pasting text into a chat app. As snapshots become stale and message scroll into the past, your conversations quickly lose their link to the latest version of the code, and all of that valuable context is lost. The limitations of snapshots become even more apparent when working with AI agents. While you might manage simple tasks by exchanging comments with an agent on a pull request, real-world development often requires interaction between commits. You need to guide agents, correct their course, and iterate rapidly, all without the overhead of creating snapshots for every exchange. Which, by the way, is again how most of these tools work. If I command I and look at my history on something like T3 chat, I can click this revert button and go back to a specific state. But that's an in-editor on my machine thing. That's not a state that exists in the source control. It's a state that exists in VS Code and Cursor's cache. Our existing tools were built for humans trading commits asynchronously, not for an instant back and forth with synthetic collaborators. To be clear, Git was built for an email exchange with Linus and the rest of the Linux community. Chaos. Forcing every AI interaction through commit-based workflows is like trying to have a conversation through a fax machine. Oof, bars. Yeah, especially once you get into chaos of like merge conflicts. It's not a good time. I almost feel like background agents became a thing because of how bad these flows are, that just sending off the agent in the background to go do something and then come back with the PR is easier than dealing with this interop. Today's AI editors patch over these limitations, but they miss the core problem. Collaboration is continuous conversation, not discrete commits. You can't snapshot every clarification, every pivot, every back and forth that shapes the code. And even if you did, you would you would squash merge all of those anyways. We're building a system that captures this entire dialogue, every edit, every discussion, linked durably to the code as it evolves. This frees collaboration from the rigid structure of commits. And this is, of course, Delta DB, operation level version control. Our vision is to turn your IDE into a collaborative workspace where humans and AI agents work together across a range of timescales, with every insight preserved and linked to the code forever. To make this possible, we're building Delta, a new kind of version control that tracks every operation, not just commits. It uses CRDTs to incrementally record and synchronize changes as they happen. It's designed to interoperate with Git, but its operation-based design supports real-time interactions that aren't supported by Git snapshots. For async interactions, fine-grained change tracking also enables character-level permalinks that survive any code transformation, so we can anchor our interactions to arbitrary locations in the codebase, not just to snapshots of recently changed code. Imagine if comments were useful. Actually, though, very cool. Oh, they linked a CRDT blog post. Very interesting. This is from 2022. As I've said, these guys have been in it for a while. And they cared a lot about this multiplayer editing experience. People could share the editor and work together. Honestly, multiple humans editing at the same time never made a lot of sense to me, but AI working a similar way absolutely does make sense to me. So all of the stuff they built for this suddenly is useful, but we need better version control for us to really see the value, and makes sense they're now finally building that part. Zed's goal is to make your code base a living, navigable history of how your software evolved, where discussions with humans and AI agents are durably linked to the code that they reference, and they're always up to date. An evolution beyond version control that incorporates not just the code, but the background information of how and why the code got into a particular state. Context that AI agents can query to make more informed edits, understand the assumptions, constraints, and decisions that shaped the existing code. Picture a new engineer facing a production stack trace in Zed. They highlight a problematic line, like an unwrap that caused a crash, and they see every related discussion, why the function was written, or what an AI agent assumed about an invariant. They ping the responsible human, sparking a quick chat that turns into a call, all indexed to the exact code spot, creating a shared, revisitable record without leaving the code base. It's also worth mentioning that Zed is properly, fully open source. You guys aren't doing anything weird with your license, right? I don't want to have to retake that. Okay, it looks like proper GPL. Okay, GPL 3 for the code base and Apache for the framework. That is totally proper open source. Cool. Pass my sniff test. Yeah. And they plan to do the same with Delta. Build it, open source it, and offer optional paid services. I'd imagine that would be like their cloud. We'll share more details as development progresses. This is just the beginning of reimagining how devs work together, both with AI agents and with their teams. If this was almost any other group of people, I would be so skeptical. But as they say here, these are the same people who are making cross-OS font rendering and GPU shaders in Rust. They built their own Tailwind alternative for GPU rendering in Rust. These guys know what they're doing. They can actually do this, and I'm so excited to see what ends up coming out of it. Because as I've hopefully established, as great as Git is, it has its problems. There's a ton of surface area for innovation to happen here, and the idea of it being collaboration-driven is very, very exciting to me. Been saying for a while that Git is not... Been saying for a while that Git isn't really the best solution for the... Been saying for a while that Git isn't the best solution for this new AI world, and I'm excited to see somebody who gets it, that isn't just yet another AI hype company, but a business that really cares about our experience as devs coming in to try and fix these problems. What do you guys think, though? Am I too excited or am I being too harsh on Git? I'm curious how y'all feel. And until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. I think that's going to come out well. Of course, Michaela. Get your channel going already. Effect video when I'm good enough at effect to feel like I know what I'm talking about. Jacob with the 33 months. Always good to see you, man. Hope all's well. Damachi Desu with the Prime. McKay here with the 21 months. Switch from NeoVim to Zed because it has great Vim binding. That's really cool to hear. Sipo Parker with the 6 months. Code Corrupt with the Prime. And Jay Cabrera here with the 6 months as well. Amazing Tech Stack. Happy that my stack videos have been useful in particular. I saw folders in Zen. I don't use folders in my browser. What's going on here? Interesting. Safety is a much more nuanced topic than people give it credit. Like if you think you can give a letter grade to how safe a given AI like lab is, you've just missed the plot. And I get why they do it. It's the same reason they want to do this. They want to like look good and be a trusted source and give people this shallow, simple way of thinking about it. But nothing is that easy. None of this is that simple. I'm sure there's like good, useful information and research in this, but like also the fact that it happened before GPT-5 means that it's just not as interesting. Code review evals. I don't like the idea that they're doing a benchmark, that they're pushing this hard, that is showing how good their stuff is. Feels inherently biased. This is cool though. Definitely something worth looking into later on. I made it into their README. That's cool. Oh, that's cool. Interesting. YouTube or Google's doing their own eval thing. Very interesting. It's not a pricing benchmark. It's not well maintained, and it's also not accurate because per token pricing doesn't matter. I talked about that in my last video. Kagi seems fine. I'm using it. I'm paying for it. I never actually use it, though. I just go straight to Google every time. We got Jacobera here with the... Oh, yeah, I already thanked you. And then we got Crutched Corn hitting almost on that 1 year mark. Good to see you, man. Hope all's well. Talent board is something I just don't have enough time for. Matt, of course, has thoughts on evals. I should chat with him about that. I also need to chat with him about effect stuff. I missed anything here. Oh, I did miss a fan funding. Oh, shit. RX sent 50 gifts on YouTube. Thank you so much for that, RX. Really appreciate that. Sorry, I haven't been checking YouTube chat as much. It breaks entirely in Zen because Firefox is bad, but YouTube's code is worse. Let's figure out what we're talking about next. Okay, I want to do this one. Is there a new meta lawsuit? Oh, yeah. These happen a lot. They're weird attempts to like get teenagers to give a shit about their stuff. And like the fake fucking like VPN app that they would pay you for using because they just collected all of your data when you used it. It was focused on teenagers. Like they do some weird, nasty shit. Cool. Trying to read this thread actually looks interesting. Yeah, they track the data, track your code in the same way Git. No. Yep, that all makes sense. Cool. Oh shit, you're on Helium now. That's good to hear, Canada. Let me know how that goes for you, Oliver. Oh, so great. I owe you a reply. I actually started drafting up. Let me find it quick on Drive. I got like a fifth of the way through a doc about all of this. And then everything fucking hit the fan in my life. I started working on like a formal plan for the additional test scenarios that I want to add to make hypothetically what you're working on with the research side more valuable and more interesting. I just had a lot of ideas for things that I want to be testing against. And I can code this all out really quick once I have the list and like we agree on it. I'll remind me tomorrow to send this to you. I literally got like a third of the way through, or probably halfway through the test scenarios and not at all through the rest. And then everything caught on fire yet again in my fucking life. Very interesting. Very interesting. Well, that has to be a video. I want to do this one first, though. Yeah, I've talked about this in a lot of videos. It might end up becoming its own, like, the free lunch era is over thing. But I just did the pricing one people really liked. I literally did a call with Wall Street Journal before stream about the AI pricing video because they're about to do an article about it and they wanted my thoughts. Yeah. I do a decent bit of like being the quote and like the expert for articles like that. I've been doing it since like 2015, I think, is when I started because I was doing a bunch of research on Microsoft antitrust shit. So I would get quoted by Business Insider and stuff all the time. And now I'm on the Rolodex of people from basically every major publication. I get cited a lot. It's fun. I know how to word things in a way where they can get the quotes they're looking for, but also feel like they understand what's going on, which is fun for me. I like talking to journalists. They're actually really, for the most part, fun to talk with and work with. It will absolutely be talking about the building of the mobile experience. I actually have to go sign some paper about that very soon. Let's Meta and Midjourney partnered. That's interesting, actually. No plans to open source T3 chat. I'm not giving the labs access to that code for free. Because the only people who benefit from T3 chat being open source are Anthropic and Google and OpenAI, and they don't need my fucking code. I'm not giving them that shit for free. They want to buy it, they can. This is actually very interesting. Oh yeah, the Android stuff I was considering. I'll put that on the list. Which got even more closed. Yeah, cool. I'll consider that. Mistral, I would not accept it. Mistral does not have enough money to buy me out. I do not like them enough, and I would charge them quite the premium. what we need to talk about, though. Let's do a marker. Don't work at a startup. Let's do it. Just start with the text read. So the base is 60K with 0.5% equity. But most importantly, you'll be based in SF with the title of founding engineer, basically a co-founder without worrying about dilution. And you'll learn so much building the product from scratch. Oh man, as soon as I saw this on my feed, I knew we were going to have to talk about it. In particular, the average YC startup offer bit. Oh man, there is a lot to dig into here. Forgot to make my Excala draw first. Don't. Startup. This offer is not good. And there's a lot of reasons why it's not good. There's so many parts that we have to discuss here. From the salary of 60K to the 0.5% equity to the based in SF to the basically a co-founder. Oh man. There's a lot here. And there's enough here that I honestly think many of you... I want to word this point. There's enough here that it has me concerned about how people currently understand startups. If this is the type of offer if this is the type of offers that people are getting, you shouldn't work at a startup. But I don't necessarily know if this is the type of offer people are getting. What I absolutely know is that most people who are considering these offers don't understand the dynamics of a startup and what they should expect as their equity, as their pay, as their title and role, and how much work they should be doing. There's so much confusion around what working at a startup means, even more so than what fundraising for a startup means, which is already a topic people don't get. I've been in the startup world for quite a while now. I've invested in over 100 of them. I help a lot of them with hiring. I've helped at least 36 people with getting jobs at startups this year alone. I know this stuff relatively well. There are so many red flags in here that I feel like we got to talk for a bit. It's my goal to both break down why this is an atrocious offer, both in how it's delivered and what it actually is, as well as show how working at a startup should work, and if somehow you still want to do it after everything I talk about, what doing that right will look like. Whether you're a founder running their own startup that's starting to hire, you're an employee at an existing company that's considering a startup, or you're just curious about the dynamics of how getting jobs in this space works, I'm going to do my best to make this one useful. But it's going to be a little bit chaotic, and I have a bad feeling I'm going to piss off some of those investments. All of that said, the base pay here isn't far from what I'm paying myself with T3 chat. It's also a lot lower than what I pay my team. I want to keep paying my team. So we're going to take a real quick break for today's sponsors, and then we'll dive right in. Give me one sec, guys. Sorry to blow my nose quick. Anyways. This offer is atrocious. Let's break down the parts really quick. So we got 60K salary, 0.5% equity, based in SF, basically a co-founder, without worrying about dilution. God, the sheer volume of red flags here is hard to put into words. This also came with the context from the original post of average YC startup offer. I feel like I want to jump in front of that bit first, because none of this, okay, the equity part would be not unlikely in a YC offer, but everything else here, no, that's not happening in a YC offer. The floor for salaries I'm seeing for these YC startups for in-person, reminder, is around 125K. And then everything else they say here is just fucking nonsense. So let's go through this piece by piece. First, let's do this by talking about the startup itself. Startup journey. Step 1, person or people want to build a thing. This could be you and your current coworkers. It could be some friends from high school. This could be you and some friends from work. It could be some friends from high school or college. It could be your loved one. It could be your cousin. It could be whoever. It starts with the desire to build a thing. I often see a mistake of this going in the, or I often see a mistake I'll often see is going the wrong way here, where they have the team, but they don't have any idea what they want to build. That's fine, but figure that out first. It's better to build the wrong thing than to not know what to build. Go build the wrong thing, learn those lessons, figure out if these people are worth working with or not, and then do the next step. So usually, you have a thing you want to build. Usually, you'll start building the thing. There are some exceptions here. They're not worth necessarily getting into right now. Video for another time, perhaps. Then you have to ask yourself an important question. Can this eventually be worth $1 billion? If the answer to that question is yes, cool, we can continue. If the answer to that question is no, awesome. You just made a lifestyle business. Go run that one as far as you can. Don't talk to investors. Don't call it a startup. It's not. It's a lifestyle business. That's fine. You can make a lot of money building bespoke tools that can make millions of dollars a year that aren't worth billions, because investors aren't looking to make a 2x return on a startup investment. They're looking to lose their money most of the time and 10 to 100x at some of the time to balance it out. That's how investing that's how investing works in early stage, because the harsh reality is that 99% of these companies fail. That isn't they get acquired. That is, they fail. The majority of the money that's going into these VC-backed companies goes to zero. That's just the reality of startups. You have to want the thing badly enough to ignore the stats and go do it anyways. And if you get into YC or something like that, awesome. It helps a lot. 95% of YC companies fail. To be fair, failure for YC companies looks different. I think it's around, don't quote me on this number. I think it's like 50% go to zero, roughly. 10 to 20 get buyouts for low vals. 10 to 20 have weird states and just things can get weird in startups. And then 5% eventually reach that $1 billion valuation, roughly. Varies a lot based on year, based on batch, based on technology types, based on team, based on a lot of things. But the YC value add is the 5 to 50x the likelihood you have a $1 billion exit just by having that associated with your brand. It's significantly, like if you get into YC, there's a significantly higher chance you're successful than if you make a startup without it. It's also worth noting that at this point in time, 0% of non-YC accelerators have had a $1 billion+ exit. which means all of the alternatives to YC that you could get into instead, they don't seem to add anything because right now their hit rate is literally 0. None of them have had a successful exit. None of them should be considered, in my opinion. I don't want to name drop. I don't want to talk about the alternatives. I just want to point out the reality in which non-YC accelerators have an abysmal hit rate. YC has an industry-leading hit rate. Be considerate of that. Regardless, not what we're here to talk about. What we're here to talk about is assuming you can be worth $1 billion, you raise. Maybe YC, maybe mistake, maybe straight to the bigger firms. To be clear, there's a difference between an accelerator and traditional VC. An accelerator is like a program you go through, kind of like a boot camp for startups to make connections, have peers, learn a bunch about how startups work, and sprint to the finish. Or you can just raise money from traditional firms like the Sequoias, Anderson Horowitz's, Accels. So many more of these firms exist. But then you don't get that hands-on acceleration that can help a lot with these startups. It's a huge part of why YC companies are so good. All of the people at YC aren't just VC bros. They're all founders, most of which have exited. They understand how actually running a company works, unlike investors that like to talk about it a whole bunch. So, Gamer Girl, thankfully, we just covered how to answer this question. Would they be open to funding something? Look here. It'll eventually be worth $1 billion. If the answer is yes, they're probably down. If the answer is no, they do not care at all. And I can promise you that tooling for creators does not end up here. So, yeah. You have to be really honest with yourself. Look at the market. Look at the other things that exist in the space. See how many of them are worth how much money, and be realistic about what your market capture could be in the space. If your company cannot be worth billions of dollars, it should not be VC funded, because the point of VC funding is to have a potential 100x multiplier. That's the only reason this all exists. Cool. So you start building, you identify this could be worth $1 billion, you raise money, maybe you go through YC, maybe you go to some of these other firms. You now have a business that is ready to go. You don't have the business yet. You have the pieces to assemble it. A big mistake I'll see, and it's very common, a lot of people treat the fundraise as the accomplishment for the company. Like they are successful because they raised. No. It's like saying that you won a race in a car. It's like saying that you won, what are some big like car race things? Just like a F1. It's like saying you won F1 because you showed up with a fancy car. It's just so far from the actual thing. It's literally just the ahead of time prep. So now you've raised the money, you have the start of a product, you're ready to go. Now the actual work starts. This actual work includes a lot of pieces, one of which is hiring. And here's where the hot takes start. Most startups hire wrong. Just like outright, like not even close to doing it correctly. I can't tell you how often I see this. There's a bunch of different types of fundraising failures that I see. The most common is what I like to call cosplaying startups. Or cosplaying big companies, I guess is a better way of putting it. This is when you see what other companies are doing. You see somebody like Cursor that's blowing up. They're really successful. They are killing it. Suddenly they have 3 offices instead of 1. Suddenly they're hiring a bunch of people. Suddenly they're acquiring things that are kind of competitors, kind of not. You see all of that. You see their fancy marketing videos and all the cool things they're doing. And you're like, okay, successful companies are doing that, so I'm going to do it too. You got your order of events wrong. The cart before the horse is very common in the space. The horse was running. The company was doing well. They had endless users coming in. They were making a lot of money. Things were growing like mad. They begrudgingly started to do those things because they kind of had to due to the speed at which things were accelerating. But they didn't hire to make themselves grow faster. They were growing so fast that they had to hire. Very, very common mistake I see in the space. There's also hiring for what you hate. This is the one that pisses me off the most because to be fair, I didn't get this initially either, but it's so obvious to me now that when I see people screwing it up, it hurts me. Most of us are engineers, right? Like the people hanging out in chat, we all write code for a living. Who's had a manager that didn't write code? Where you were the technical person on the team, but your boss wasn't. You wrote code, but your boss didn't understand code. Let's see some me's in chat quick. Raise your hands, drop ones, say me. Want to see who's experienced this. You'd be surprised how many people have never experienced this. Cool. People showing up. Scale of 1 to 10, how awful was it? Drop a number or explain how much you suffered. You can give me a sentence. You can describe it. I got a couple sevens. We got a 9,000. We got a 10,000. 8, 7, 11, 8.1. I'd rather use Flutter. Quit the job. Some people saying it was okay, but other people saying it caused post-traumatic stress disorder for them. It's not fun. The analogy I'll often give, the one nice point is that you can sometimes lie to them about the job. That's actually a really, really important piece, Jag, and I'm happy you brought that up. There's a couple problems with hiring for what you don't like doing. The biggest by far is that you're going to be a shit boss. We're all technical. We've all had the moment where we spent 2 weeks overhauling some really annoying, painful thing. We finally get it working. We finally unblock ourselves. We're going to make things way easier for the team. We're so pumped about this work we did. And we have our one-on-one with our manager. We're like, oh, we did it. I just spent 2 weeks figuring this out. This was so hard. I'm really proud of the solution I made. To which your manager says, oh, that's cool. Can you get that ticket closed already? It's been there for 2 weeks. It's the worst feeling ever to be so invested in the solution to the problem and to not have that energy matched by the other side. It will take great people and churn them so fast. It's unbelievable. Can't tell you how many times I've seen this throughout my career. I've been lucky that a vast majority of my managers have been very, very technical and also very hyped on the stuff I do. Honestly, many of them lived vicariously through me because they were so hyped about the work I was doing. That's the best. When you have a manager that wishes they could do the job that you're doing, so they're constantly asking you questions that are actually fun to talk about. They get hyped on the things you're excited about. They will go play with your changes. They'll look at the code. They'll be excited with you about it. That's the best. Those are the most important managers I've had in my career, the ones that are matching your energy and pushing you even further with it. So what happens if you're a technical founder and you're hiring for sales? What happens if you're a non-technical founder and you're hiring engineers? What happens if you're hiring things, or what happens when you're hiring for roles that you don't like and often don't even respect? You become a shit manager at an increasingly shit company. Every single time, almost without fail. So what I recommend doing is hire for the thing you love as a founder. I love writing code. So all of the hires at our company are engineers. So I can go focus on all the other shit that I have to do. My CTO, Mark, loves support. He's been deep in the support trenches for most of his career. So he needs to start hiring for support so we can do everything else we have to do. We're hiring for what we love so we can go focus on the shit that we don't love yet in hopes that we can get good enough at it that we'll kind of miss it. The best time to hire for something is when it's distracting you and you'll miss it when you stop doing it. I cannot tell you guys how much I miss doing all my thumbnails and editing my videos. I love doing that type of work. I don't get to anymore because it's not the right place for me to use my time. Instead, I'm living vicariously through Ben, who's making a lot of the thumbnails and helping with a lot of the sponsor stuff, and with FaZe, my editor. We talk about fun editing techniques and random plugins and things we find all the time. It's so fun. Hi, FaZe. Hanging out here as always. I like to think I'm a much better boss now than I was for my previous editors because I didn't like editing when I had them. Now that I love editing, I can live vicariously through FaZe. And he even says he loves watching those rare edits when I do my one video a month, when I do get to do a little bit of editing. You gotta love what you're hiring for. So these are the most common mistakes that I see. Another really common one. Hiring how you raise. This is a very common problem for startups. They spend so much time in this step 4 where they are fucking fighting VCs to get money into their bank account that it rots their brain a bit. And then when they're done with that part, their brain has been so rotted by VC that they're pitching everything the way they pitch to VCs. They're not pitching it the way you would pitch to a potential employee. They're not pitching to the way you'd pitch a customer. They have been so brain rotted by VCs, they don't know how to talk about the thing that they're doing anymore. So painfully common. I like that people in chat are relating to this. It's very bizarre. You were interviewing the founder. Yeah, exactly. This feeling that you're interviewing them, not they're interviewing you, is weirdly common. I see this very often. So as a result, a lot of startups hire really poorly. There's another important problem here, which is that most founders have never hired before. Some founders are fresh out of college. Some founders were ICs at a company, just contributing code directly, never managing employees. Some of them have pivoted between industries and never ran a team before. The majority of startups are being run by people who don't know how to run a team yet. That doesn't mean they won't figure it out. In fact, some of the best leaders I know fell into this position as a founder type role, like Luke from LTT. He did not join LTT with a bunch of engineering experience as well as management experience, and now he manages dozens, if not hundreds of employees. He grew into the role. You can absolutely do that. But that's one of the things that you need to expect when you join one of these companies, is that you'll be teaching them how to manage as much as they'll be teaching you how to build. And that back and forth, that relationship, the give and take there, is an essential part of a startup. Everyone is growing. Everyone is fucking up. Everyone's learning together. Yeah. Good point from Christian here. Any startup that pitches the company funding specific product details instead of the team, probably not the best place to work. So most startups are hiring wrong. The cosplaying big companies part in particular is brutal because they hire way too many people and then don't have anything for them to do. And then they have to downscale when they realize they're not making enough money and can't afford to keep paying them. Chaos. So let's go through the mindset of someone who is hiring after doing the raise, starting to build, and realizing they need more employees. We're going to good faith it a bit. We're going to assume they're not necessarily making as many of these mistakes. So now we're hiring. I'm just going to give numbers for as average an average YC startup as I can fathom. Just like straight middle of the road numbers here. YC gives you 500K with kind of weird terms. Those terms are that 7% for what, or the terms are that 7% goes for 125K. The other 375K is an MFN. MFN, bit complex. I talked about it before. It means most favored nation. It means that whatever the best deal you give somebody else in the future is, it matches that. That said, 500K is enough to pay a couple people a year or two. Then you're out of money. Especially if you're paying all these crazy AI bills too. That's just not going to sustain jack shit. So that's the YC deal. That's not what matters for a YC company. What matters for the YC company is the raise at the end of the batch, the demo day raise. After the 3-month in-person YC program, you get thrown in front of a bunch of investors to pitch your company. The funny part is that the majority of those companies have already finished their raise before the pitch. Demo day is such a strong lever that investors have learned they have to get in before if they want to get to these best companies. So a lot of these investors have, or so a lot of these companies have already finished their rounds, and it's almost like a bragging rights thing or networking for future raises when they do demo day. But it's also an opportunity for the companies that aren't leading the batch to get a little bit of money before they, like, the YC thing ends. So straight down the middle average is that a totally average YC company has raised 2 mil at around a 20 mil valuation. It's not a real valuation, to be clear. This is a valuation cap for a safe equity investment. I've talked about that a lot in other videos. I'm not going to do it here. this is effectively 10% of the company gone. It's actually a bit worse because the 125K is 7%. So it's 10% for the 2 mil at 20 effectively, but since 125 is worse, it's probably closer to 15% of the company has now been sold to investors. So if you have the company, this is all of the company's equity. And before, this is your equity. So the employees or the founders have 100% of the equity. We'll say that there are 10 million shares. Before this raise, 100% of the equity is owned by the founders. Since it's under a safe, this is still technically not real equity. It's an IOU, but once that converts, it doesn't take away from the other investors. They're not taking my shares. I still have my 10 million shares, or in my case, it's 5 million split between Mark and me. So we both have 5 mil. When the investors get their stock, they don't take our shares. New shares are created. So it'd be like 1.1 mil shares in order to make sure it's still 10%. Another 1.1 mil shares will be created. That is the 10% that goes to investors. That means we've been diluted. We're no longer 100%. We still have 10 million shares, but we're now at 90% of the equity. That's the difference. This is what dilution means, by the way. It's when new shares are created, your shares become a smaller percentage of the company. You might have noticed that the original thing said that you won't have to worry about dilution. This is co-founders, the original founders here, worrying about dilution. That statement is literally just a lie. Anyways. So it's not 10%, it's probably going to be closer to 15 to 20 post-YC. So what's left is 85% of the equity that the founders own. Usually, you think about this a little different, though. So instead of the founders having 100% and then getting diluted, the founders have 90%, so it's the 9 mil shares would be theirs. But then there's a little bit cut off at the end between 5 and 10%, and this part is the options pool. It's usually between 5 and 10%. We'll say it's 10% for the sake of this. This is equity that is saved and allocated for future hiring. So if you bring on a new employee, they're going to come from here. If it's Series C, you're granting stock, you're probably granting it from here. If you run out of the options pool, you have to again issue new stock to have more. So most companies try to avoid it. Generally speaking, around 10% of your company's stock from the start is reserved for employees going forward. This is important. So remember that over the history of the company, roughly 10% in the best case, the most equity going to employees, 10% goes to employees total. And that 10% still gets diluted. That 10% has to be split over time. But you have to be very careful about this because it's not trivial to get more stock. If you give out all 10%, you're fucked because you have to take dilution to give out more stock. So generally, you try to extend this. So every round, you give half of what's left. So pre-Series A, you give up 2.5 to 5%. Now you're left with 7.5 to 5. Series A to B, you give up another 2.5%. Series B to C, you give up 1.25, and you keep reducing how much you're giving up because hypothetically, that percentage is worth way more money. Because 10% of 20 mil is a lot less than 5% of 2 billion. Because 10% of 20 mil is a lot less than 5% of 2 billion. So back to this hypothetical company we're talking about. 2 mil at a 20 mil valuation. They have diluted around 15%. They have 2 mil in the bank. And they have a goal. Series A in 3 years or less. So they have 3 years or less to get to their next raise. Generally speaking, you plan with a year or at least 6 months of buffer. So we'll say they're planning for 3 years, but they want to raise within 2.5. You should have enough money in the bank to survive all 3 years. So that's 2 mil over 3 years. I thought, cool. That's around $600K a year of burn. This company can lose $600K a year and still make it to Series A. Hopefully, as long as they can raise at that point. But if they can't, they're fucked. So the goal is to spend $600K or less a year to make the company look as good as possible and be as set up for success as possible so that you can raise a next round at a hypothetically higher valuation, because that Series A, if all goes well, might be another 10 mil at a 150 mil valuation. Maybe it's 20 mil at 150 mil valuation. Totally reasonable numbers to expect. That'd be another 13% dilution, roughly. But now you have 20 mil in the bank, and suddenly you go from being able to spend $600K a year to being able to spend 6 mil a year. That's a huge difference, again, going with the 3-year window. So the goal here is to get through all the stages, not run out of money, and look as good as possible for the next potential investor. So now let's think about hiring here. We can only spend $600K a year. Let's say you have 2 co-founders. So founder A makes $150K a year. Founder B makes $150K a year. Office costs $70K a year. And you spend, I don't know, $15K a year on operation BS. Things like paying your lawyers, dealing with taxes, and all of that shit. We're already at, what is that, $385K spend before we even have employees. The founders could pay themselves less. Not much less, though. In SF, rent has skyrocketed again due to the AI bubble. Rent in the city right now is upwards of $3.5K for a decent studio apartment. It's not uncommon for founders to pay themselves less, but if you are struggling to make rent, that's no good for anyone. Even if we bump that down to 100, which is the lowest I would reasonably live in SF for at this point, that still is $285K of spend. Even best case, lowering your salaries quite a bit. You could cut the office and just pay yourselves more. Honestly, not the worst case. But I see a lot of people spending even more than that for their office early stage. It's pretty sad. We'll make a more responsible version. Just let's, again, we're trying to best faith. So we'll say $20K a year for the office spend. Honestly, $15K a year on lawyers and operations is probably low too. I'm going to bump that to 25 to be even more reasonable there. Okay, so now we're at $245K a year of spend. And this is being reasonable, founders taking good care of themselves. Or this is being reasonable and founders being a little cheap with how much they're paying themselves. I was paying myself way less. I paid a lot of my other founders way more. Depends on how you want to do things. So now we have $245K to spend, which leaves us at most $355K a year budget left over. A lot of that's going to go to paying for AI inference. A lot of that's going to go for servers. A lot of places that you're going to spend this money. But let's just hypothetically say that's all going to go to employees. I personally would not recommend anyone pay an in-person SF employee less than $125K a year. Absolute minimum. So we are at best 3 employees there. When you consider all the other expenses of employing somebody, it's 2 to maybe 2.5. Maybe 2.5. We'll say 2 to be reasonable here. So at 125K a year, you can have 2 employees at these general reasonable numbers for 3 years before you need to raise more money. This is why founders want to pay less. Because if instead of 125K a year, you paid 60K a year, you can go from 2 employees to like 5 or 6. So if you scam them with 60K a year, suddenly you can have like 5+ employees. Easily. But you have something else as the founder. You have your money that you raise is in your bank account, but you also have equity. You have that 10% pool that you reserved earlier. So if you are low on cash and want to hold it for as long as you can, instead of giving a lot of cash, give more options. So you give them 125K with a small percentage, or you give them 60K with a high percentage and tell them, oh, this will be worth so much money. For a lot of reasons, don't do that. This offer's atrocious, but we'll get to all those details in just a bit. Hopefully this helps you understand why founders would want to pay less. It's not just because they're scammers. It's because they want the company to last longer and potentially have more employees. By paying you less, because they're not making money. YC companies don't have an increasing amount of money in their bank account every month. They have less money in their bank account every month. They are burning money. They're not just being greedy. They're trying to plan their survival. They are being stupid, though. I'm not here to say they're not being dumb. I'm just here to say that they're not as malicious as you think. They're just not that good at this yet because they're learning as they go. None of them have any real experience. Another really good thing that Dogpaw Hat pointed out is if you hire 2 people at 60, you just added more years of runway. Huge deal. Yeah. If you think outsourcing, I saw a lot of people saying that, what about outsourcing? If you think outsourcing is a solution, you don't understand how early stage works at all. At all. No one outsourced their successful startup. You can't do that. No, you outsource the legal team. You outsource your freaking accountants and shit. You don't outsource the actual building of the product. That's just obvious. I don't know how to be kind about how dumb that is. It's just dumb. It is. So what went wrong all the way back up here? Let's break down all of the parts here that I hate. I'm going to move this piece to the bottom for reasons we'll get to in a bit. First, we have the 60K salary. This plus based in SF, fucking bullshit. Rent alone is going to be more than half of this. Also covering food, covering general living and transport costs, covering clothes and furniture for your new apartment in the city, covering the inevitable theft and car break-ins if you actually make the mistake of bringing a car. Don't have a car in SF if you can avoid it. It'll make life way harder. 60K salary in SF it was bad 5 years ago when rent was cheaper. It is basically untenable at this point in time. And if these companies are hiring remote, they're not doing their jobs very well. Remote does not allow for the level of flexibility that early stage needs. The amount of shared context, the amount of pivoting, the amount of important conversation that happens in person at these companies is really, really important. And you cannot make that work over Slack or Discord. There are early stage companies that have had success going all remote, and every single one of them said it's the hardest thing they ever did, and if you don't have to, you shouldn't do it. We were largely remote with Ping, and I've been going out of my way to get our team here. If all goes well, Julius will be moved to SF very, very soon after a grueling, painful, slow process with getting a visa. It helps so much to have your team in person. I spent a lot of money getting Ben, my channel manager, moved out here so that we could move faster on the channel. If you're building a startup and trying to move fast, remote is a hit that isn't necessarily worth taking. When you're making a startup and you're trying to make it successful, you should try your best to game all of the odds in your favor. If you're trying to roll a 6 with dice, and you can choose how many dice you have in your hand, you want to have more dice because your goal is to roll a single 6. Adding more dice just increases your odds. If you don't like one of the dice, yeah, you can throw it out, but you just hurt your odds of success. This is why I don't take companies outside of SF very seriously. I've had the opportunity to invest in some startups that aren't SF based, and I'm super skeptical because SF significantly increases your chances of succeeding as a startup. I've had the chance to invest in companies that turned down a YC offer, and I immediately rejected them because they're not doing the cost-benefit analysis properly in their head. I don't want to invest in a company that isn't doing everything they can to increase the likelihood of success. And hiring remote employees is an immediate hit to the likelihood of success. We can argue if it's 1%, 5%, 10%, or 50%. I don't care. It is objectively a hit. And if you can avoid taking it, you should. If you can spend more money to avoid that hit, do it. But if there's an exceptional, unbelievable person that you know will accelerate the thing that you are doing, you couldn't be more positive. You can't imagine the company without them. Maybe bring them in as a contractor for a bit and see how it goes. But the lack of in-person collaboration, context sharing, the flexibility and the understanding, and most importantly, the ability to like disagree and make amends and just build a close bond with the team. Like early stage, I know the family thing is cringe. It's the best thing I can describe here, not because like you should treat the company like a family, but families can fight and bounce back. You need to be able to go through hard shit together, and it becomes significantly easier when you are in person and able to build these relationships. And no amount of cringe fucking Zoom hangouts is going to be the same thing. You need to just know the people. Silk Avenger, I have bad news for you. You do not have any chance at succeeding in a startup. If what you're getting out of me here is micromanaging and not relationship building, your understanding of how humans interact is so fundamentally flawed that I don't think you will succeed in a management position at all. Anyways. So the based NSF part absolutely makes sense. I would argue it's almost essential at this point. I've helped a lot of founders move employees over to the US, move employees over to SF from other places. Startups are a long, grueling battle. It's a long journey. And having the people with you in person helps so much. Not because you can micromanage them, not so you can breathe over their neck when they're coding, so you can go out and get a beer after a really hard battle is won, or so you have somebody there to commiserate with you when you just lost a sale you fought really hard for, or so you have your team there to fucking support you on your goddamn birthday after you burn yourself out for fundraising 3 weeks straight. Definitely haven't been there. Definitely didn't close my round on my fucking birthday and then lie down as my team breaks into my room to shake me and congratulate me for being fucking done finally. That's why you need your team in person. It helps so much. And giving that up because, well, remote employees are cheaper. No, fuck that shit. Be real here. Speaking of being real here, basically a co-founder, no, fuck you. Absolutely not. If you're not there for the raise, if you're not on the table with over 10%, if you don't have over 10% equity, you're not a fucking founder. And anything suggesting it is bad. I don't even like the title founding engineer for this reason. It doesn't properly represent the role. I hate that. Don't tell somebody they're basically a co-founder. You either are or you're not. I fell into this trap. It's preying on people who don't know better to an extent. To be fair, I think these founders don't know it better either. I straight up don't know if this text is fake or not. It very well could be. But a lot of these early stage founders are just like, they get it heavily in some places. They don't get it at all in others. And they're pitching this to you through their mindset of just getting through a fundraise but also thinking of you as where they were 6 months ago. If they were 6 months back in time, didn't have a startup that could potentially do well, but knew everything they knew now, this is an offer that they would have been excited about because they are stupid and wrong. And now they are pitching something stupid and wrong because they don't know any better. It's the brain rot of the mindset they have from just doing the raise. Because, like, let's go back to that 20 mil number. So if there's a 20 mil val cap, so there's a 20 mil val cap and there's 0.5% equity. That's a lot of money. Should I do my math right? Cool, it is. 0.005. Yeah, cool. That's 100K still. And the reason this matters isn't because they're handing you $100,000. It's because they could have sold that same equity and put 100K in the bank. This is a company that, in most of these cases, just raised a bunch of money against a valuation like this. So they're not thinking in 0.5%. They're thinking in, that's 100K. But if the next round is, I don't know, 200 mil, now it's 1 mil. It's a little less because of dilution. We'll talk about how this gets diluted in a bit. But they're seeing this as an opportunity to make a lot more, the same way investors do. An investor would be really excited to get 0.5% of this company. Usually this equity also is on a vesting schedule, a 4-year schedule with a 1-year cliff. That's just how investing almost always works. So you get nothing if you get fired or you leave within the first year. But if you wait a year, you now have 25% of your equity, and then every month you get slightly more until 4 years pass. So yeah, we'll talk about that amount of equity in a bit because I want to complain about the dilution thing first. Everyone gets diluted. This was actually a mistake I made with my initial offers with Ping because I didn't know how dilution worked really. I was still so early, and a lot of these founders don't understand dilution yet. So if we go back here with this section, previously the founders owned 85%, and then 15% goes to this new equity. Now they raise 20 mil on 200 mil. Suddenly, there's a lot more money in the company. But also, this is a priced round. This is money that is turning into shares immediately. So that gets added as another 10% at the end here, which means all of this gets shrunk. This 15% becomes 13-ish, right? Yeah. The 15% from before becomes 13% now. And the 85% before also shrinks. Because about 76%. You still have your 10 million shares. It's just that another bunch of shares were just introduced. I'll say it's another 1 mil. Just like rough napkin math, you get the idea. Everyone gets hit with dilution. Even though the company went from 20 mil to 200 mil, the equity is a smaller percentage. This is still a really good thing because 85% of 20 mil, because this 10 million shares was worth 17 mil at the time. And now, those same 10 million shares are worth 152 mil, even though it's a smaller percentage. So yes, you're getting diluted, but you are also theoretically worth a lot more money at that point too. Apparently, people thought that only the founders get diluted. That's not how it works at all. Everybody with shares gets diluted. The way dilution works is there's a pot of shares. There's, let's say, 10 million. You have a million, I have 4 million, whatever. We all have shares, and they are percentages of the total pot, 10 mil. When a fundraise happens, we're not all giving up some of our shares. New shares are added. We no longer have 10 mil. We now have 11 mil, then 12 mil, then 14 mil. And every time new shares are added, our shares become a smaller percentage. Eventually, this company might have 20 million shares or 200 million shares, and people get diluted every step along the way. So if you back up here, have 0.5%, that would be 500,000 shares. Your 500K shares at this point are roughly 0.5%. Those 500K shares at this point are now less. They're now like 0.3 or 4%. However, you do the math here. 10 plus, okay, it would be 12.1. So 500 divided by 12.1 million. They're at about 4% or 0.4% now. 500K, 10 mil. Where did my math wrong here? .5% times 10 mil. Oh, it's 50,000, not 500,000. My bad. That's the mistake I made. It's 50K shares. Cool. Sorry. Brain fart. So you have 50K shares. You still have 50K shares, but that's now a smaller percentage. Yeah. That's now 0.413% roughly. But that's not a bad number against 200 million. Because now you went from about 100,000 to about 826,000 in 2 to 3 years. And if this company does end up doing really well, and they end up raising 100 mil on a 1.5 billion valuation, more dilution's about to hit for sure. I'm not going to do the percentages here because it's too much work to keep updating. So you got the 10 million shares for the founders, 1.1 mil for investment 1, 1 mil for investment 2, and then your measly 50K hanging out wherever it is. I'm going to make these numbers easier for me. 150 mil, 1.5 bill. Now it's going to be 1.2 roughly, because 10% of what the post-money value, just annoying math. Close enough. You get the idea. So now there are 13.3 mil total shares. You still have the same 50K. So now you're down to 0.38%. But if you take that percent and multiply it by 1.5 billion, you're now worth almost $6 million. That's the key. You are diluted. Your percentage has gone down. You went from 0.5% to 0.413 to 0.3816 or whatever. But you went from 100K of equity to 826K to 6 mil. When and how the company hits these stages varies, and the likelihood a company hits these stages varies even more, which is the thing we'll talk about in a little bit. The point I'm trying to make here is that your dilution happens, but you're also still making a lot more money. And this is where the hot take comes in that a lot of people are upset about, but I don't really care. It's reality. I'm going to get flamed so hard for this. I already have been, so I'm just going to eat it. 0.5% is totally acceptable for an early hire. I know how this sounds. I know what you guys are thinking when you see this. I must be super greedy and delusional, or I must be super greedy and delusional and terrible, right? No. Hear me out. Remember earlier when we were talking about the employee pool, that roughly 10%, so in this case, 1 million shares is reserved for employees over time? That's over the life of the company. So we have these 1 million shares that hopefully will be enough to cover all employees going forward. So if we make these two really early hires at 0.5%, we now have two people totaling 100K shares. We've already lost 1/10 of the company's lifetime shares for giving to employees. On top of that, when the founders got their equity, when Mark and I got our 50%, the valuation for T3 was around $82. So we both got 50% of $82, which meant that we both got $40 roughly of equity. When these employees are coming in, they're getting over $100,000 of equity because the thing is no longer worth $80. It's now valuation cap worth, like paper value, but still. It's now worth $100K each. So that's $200,000 of equity, which is more than you would get at most companies. But there's a huge difference here too. When you get $100K of stock at Amazon, best case you maybe 2x. I was that best case. I joined Twitch right as Amazon was acquiring Twitch and Amazon was having a not great quarter. So I got about, I think it was 80 or 90K of equity granted over 4 years. And it more than doubled by the time I was at the end of that 4 year. My total comp looked way better than a lot of my peers because I came in at the right time where my equity was worth jack shit. But then as it went up, it ended up being worth quite a bit more. That's normal company world stuff. So just for comparison's sake, here's what my offer looked like at Twitch. It was like 125K a year base. It was X number of shares, which at the time was worth around 90K over 4 years. And again, a cliff, which means you don't get any equity for the first year. And then every either quarter or month, you get a grant. But you get the whole first year of equity right at the 1 year mark. So you get 25% of this right at the 1 year. And then you get another month's worth or quarter's worth until the 4 year mark is hit. Which means when I hit my 4 year mark at Twitch, my salary dropped a ton. Because by the time I was 4 years in, this 90K of equity was suddenly worth like 200K instead. So that added a lot of money to my base salary effectively. So this is a common offer at a traditional company. This is also, again, for an early stage junior-ish engineer. I'll say this is a year one. Let's talk about year two, though. Year two, I got a promotion and a raise. So now I'm making 200K a year base. I still have this equity vesting, but I'm given a grant of another probably 10K over 2 years as a grant that I get as part of my, or this is a grant I'm getting as part of my promotion. Notice how much less this is than the original offer. That's very common. On top of that, the company's now worth more. So this 10%, or so this 10K is fewer shares than the 90K divided by 9 would have been. And this is what ends up happening at these big companies. As the stock value goes up, they can't compensate you as much with equity anymore, so they just bump your base salary. So suddenly I'm making 280K a year base, and I get an equity grant, and the equity grant is another like 8K of stock over 2 years again. Cool. It's jack shit. So if this first time I got 90,000 shares and the stock's doubled, I'm not getting 10,000 shares here. I'm getting 5,000. And then if the stock 1.5x's again, I'm not getting 4,000 here. I'm getting like 3,000 at best, maybe less, maybe like 2,500. So at this big company that pays really well, my base salary is going up, but the amount of more money I make year over year is going down significantly. This is how traditional, real big companies work. Very common. I got lucky getting in at such a low valuation, but it like 2 to 3x'd. That's the money that I then sold all of that stock and used that money to fund my startup, which is how we could get started in the first place. This prior equity was worth a lot more, which made my total comp look much better, but I wasn't getting much in terms of a raise. My raise was just coming from my previous equity being worth more money than it was before. Versus a startup. Let's compare this to what we're talking about here. Again, I don't fucking believe in the slightest in that 60K a year starting point. So we're going to change this a bit. It's still going to be 0.5% of shares, but we're going to use the real numbers here. We're going to pretend there's 10 mil, so this is 50K shares. And that's 100K over 4 years. I'm going to actually do the math here for the like equity value changing. So we'll say at this point, it's 1x, then 1.5x, then 2x for the stock value. My total comp here is going to be around, what is that? 210, 215? Okay, yeah, cool. The 215K is my total comp then. Year 2, wait, no, that's because that's the 90K over 4 years. So I'm going to change it to 100K just to make the numbers easier. So 100K divided by 4, 125 plus 25 is 150K. Cool. Year 2, we're getting an additional 10K over 2 years, but we also have the 25K for this year times 1.5 because it's now worth more. So year 2, my total comp is 37.5 plus the new 2.5 plus, what did I say my base is now? 150. Cool. So now I'm making a total of 190K a year. And now we have year 3. And here we're assuming it's all 2x'd. So the 2.5K, or no, that wouldn't have been 2.5, that would have been 5. I did some bad math there. Yeah, so that's another 2.5. So another 182.5, because like over 2 years, that means you're getting a 5K of, or a year of new equity. And then the other one's old equity. They're 192.5K a year. Cool. Now you get another big raise this time to 280K a year, $80,000 of additional base cash, 8K of stock over 2 years. That's another 4K of equity, plus the 5K a year that went from 1.5 to 2. So 2 divided by 1.5 is, 1.3 times 5. So 6.6K of last year equity, plus the 25K times 2 equals 50K equity. So now our total comp is $340,000. And that's not a bad glow up, but a lot of that glow up came from previous equity now being worth more money. So in 3 years, I effectively, and this is fake numbers, but surprisingly close to the numbers I have when these are fake numbers, but they're really close to the numbers I had when I worked at Twitch. Effectively going from 150K a year total comp to 350K a year total comp in 3 years. And that was really good luck more than anything. Oh, I missed the 200K base. I did that math wrong too. Cool. I really fucked that up. Cool. Okay, so we have the 200K a year base plus the 5K of new equity plus the 37.5. Okay, so that would have been 242. That was bad on my part. Thank you for the catch. I missed the 200K there. Cool. So we went from 150 to 242 to 340, about 100K a year of raise, but a lot of that came from the multipliers here. A lot of it also came from the 80-ish K base increases. I kind of killed it after my first year at Twitch, so I was able to increase my salary quite a bit. The problem was that my equity had gone up so much that the equity compensation was being factored in. So my next year, I didn't get jack shit for a cash bonus. Year 4, I was still at 280K. I got a tiny bit more equity, but not much. And my salary had kind of plateaued and relied entirely on the stock going up. So let's go back to this startup. Year 1, 125K a year base, 50K shares, 100K of shares over 4 years. So that's 25K shares this first year. So your total is around 150K. And now, year 2. Let's say the company hasn't raised more money yet. They can't justify paying you more yet. So still 125K. Equity, you don't get a new stock grant or anything, so it's still 50K shares, still 25K shares, still 150K. But those shares can't be sold the same way Amazon stock can. You're just kind of sitting on them. So you now have 25K of shares, but it's not cashed yet. You can't do anything with it. Year 3 hits. Year 3, the company raised. Suddenly they can justify paying you more. You're up to 175K a year. Still not great. Pretty good though. They also don't change your equity grant at all. So you still have the 50K shares over 4 years, but there's a difference now. That was at a 20 mil val. Now we're at a 200 mil val. So if we do the multiplier here, 1x, 1x, 10x. Now those 50K shares are worth around 1 mil over 4 years. There is dilution, so I'll even factor in the dilution. We'll say that's 900K over 4 years. Cool. Suddenly, that 25K shares isn't 25K shares every 4 years. It's now 225K shares a year. So your base salary just went way higher. Make sure I'm almost positive. Yeah, cool. Just wanted to be sure about my math there. Now you're at 400K a year. But what's even crazier is you were holding these shares because you couldn't sell them. So the other 50K of shares that you had is 50% of the 900K. So that stock from before, is now another 450K of equity you're sitting on. Yeah. That's the difference. If you wanted to look at the total amount made at the bottom of this 3-year chart, you have the 125K base times 2, plus the 175 times 1, plus the 900K times 3/4, say 75%. you have made a total. Oops. You made a total in 3 years of almost $1 million. We do the same here. Even if we assume you didn't sell the equity, we'll add the base salaries. 125K. $280K. And then the 75K, so 75%. I'll do the 100K times 0.75, do the 75%, times the 2x multiplier. Then the I'll just do the multiplier here of the 10K over 2. So that's, I'll say you got the whole thing, times 2 divided by 1.5. Cool. You end up at around 772K. And I want to be clear, I lucked out at Twitch to have done that well. So in 3 years, startup makes almost $1 million. Twitch, 800K. Where things get really fucked is year 4. Because suddenly your payout at this company is significantly higher. And at Twitch, mine almost went down. Our new base here is 400K a year. And that maintains. On top of that, you're sitting on the equity. And that equity could very well 10x again. Which would mean that 900K is now worth 9 mil. The potential upside is insane. The best case here is what I showed. I had a best case scenario at Amazon, and I made a good bit of money that I then spent to make my company. But if we were to knock these multipliers down and assume you're not getting an 80K a year cash raise every year, this would be closer to like 400 to 500K. But this is the calculations you need to do when you're thinking this out. And when I talk to startup founders that are making these offers, I explicitly tell them, don't put a percentage in. Percentages make people's brains fall out. Imagine if you got a percentage of how much equity you were getting working at Amazon. Like, here's my Amazon offer. You're going to make 125K a year, and you're going to get 0.000000021% equity. Cool. Obviously, no one does that. We need to talk about this in terms of what this could be worth in the future. At a company like Amazon, maybe 2x's. At a company like an early stage startup, maybe 10 to 100x's. So, of the things here, the only parts I can defend are the based in SF, because early stage startups should have their team in one place, and SF's the best place to succeed as a company right now. And the 0.5% equity, because that is enough equity, I just would never have pitched it this way. If you want to pitch an offer, so here is how you should. If you are a founder or a person hiring at one of these companies, pay close attention to this part. And if you're considering working at one of these companies, also pay attention to this part, because this is how they should be pitched. Here is what an offer that is good would look like. 125K a year base salary. It's not uncommon to say we will give you another 50K a year at next raise because we only have so much money in the bank. When we do our next raise, we'll have more money, and I commit to paying you more when that happens. When the money closes and we have it in our account, I will immediately give you a raise. I've seen this in a lot of offers. I've done this in my own offers. I think it's reasonable. And then you would say, you're also going to get 50,000 shares worth 100K right now. But let's play out some scenarios. We'll say scenario... Well, left line is cool. We want to play out some scenarios. We'll say scenario 1. This is the bad one. Company is worth 20 mil right now, 20 mil Val, but we have a bad sale. We sell the company for 10 mil. We raised 8 mil, or we raised 2 mil, which means that all gets liquidated immediately. So we lose the 2 mil from raising because they have, that's how the safes work. Watch any of my other videos about the stuff if you want to understand that. So we have 8 mil left. It has to be split across the current shareholders. So if there's 8 mil left, there are 10 million shares at the company. I have some amount, my co-founder has some amount, you have 50,000. You get the 0.5% of the 8 mil. Which is the bad scenario. That equals to 40K. You got kind of fucked. Well, let's look at scenario 2. Scenario 2, we end up raising at a 200 mil valuation. And we raise another 20 mil. 10% dilution. So now that equity you had is slightly less. So the 0.5% times 90%, because you're losing some of your value here, times the 200 mil. That's 900K for the equity. And it's not uncommon at this point for companies to allow for secondary sales, which means you can finally turn some of that equity into cash by selling it to some of those investors when they come in. You can do that if you want, whatever you feel like. But then scenario 3. Let's say that this company ends up doing really well. Let's say 20 bill valuation, like a Stripe or a Cursor or something like that that does really, really well. That's going to be multiple raises down the line. So I'll be a little brutal with the dilution. We'll say these founders weren't good at keeping the rounds small percentage-wise, and you take a fucking 50% dilution hit. That's not worth $50 million. That is absurd. The scenario 2 with 10% dilution, I've seen it a decent bit. I've seen some rounds, like I just saw somebody raise 10 at 125. It's even less than that for a Series A. Like I've seen good rounds, but there have been a lot of people who fuck up round 2. So I'll 2.5 it. We'll say the same val, but we'll double the dilution. So you're at 80% left now. Cool. 800K. Fine. Slightly more realistic. A 20% dilution hit that stage. It kills me when I see it, but it does happen. Cool. Updated scenario 2. Scenario 3, we're much later in. You've taken a 50% dilution hit. Your stock's still worth $50 million. Fun fact, a lot of the current VC funds, like the companies that just do early stage investing, were early Stripe employees that got these 0.1 to 0.5% equity grants that now have a shitload of cash because Stripe did so well that they're now putting it into these early stage startups. But there's one last piece here that's important. And I know people hate this. The experience is valuable. There are benefits to both experiences. I would not have been able to start my company there's a good experience on both the business side for like traditional, like working at Amazon or whatever, as well as working on a small startup. At the big business, you make a lot of important connections, especially if you're a great engineer. I kind of got known as the guy who made shit happen on all the teams I was on, all the teams that I touched. So when people heard I was starting a company, and a lot of my coworkers had the same crazy experience I did at Amazon that resulted in them having hundreds of thousands of dollars of cash in the bank, a lot of them were interested in funding my company. My early checks were almost entirely my ex-coworkers from Twitch and a couple people I went to college with. Those connections ended up being essential to us getting funded early. They got me the money I needed to survive long enough to then get into YC. That said, if you join a YC company, you are essential to them growing, and you can say, I helped scale some AI from 100K revenue all the way to 20 mil revenue. You can now get into YC without doing the early fundraise. We gave up 5% of our company doing an early raise before we got into YC so I'd have enough money to pay my rent. If I had done a startup instead, I would have had less money in my bank, likely, and it would have been harder for me to fund it myself. But I would have had the potential to skip that 5% I lost and get straight into YC. I can't tell you how many current YC companies I see that are a founding engineer from one of like the last 3 years of YC companies, leaving and going to do their own thing and getting in immediately because they have that experience and they understand the grind of the startup. There are benefits and negatives to both paths, and it should hopefully be pretty clear which one you specifically want to do. I'll go as far as saying the vast, vast majority of people should go the big company path. Because there's one last piece that I've touched on but haven't emphasized enough. If this total is like a best case in big company world, we'll say that this is a 10% chance of happening. The worst case, the 90% case, even if we just say it's the actual worst potential here, it's probably going to be in the like 4 to 570 range. So if you're in the 90% of big companies that don't double year over year, you're still going to make a lot of money. But if we go here, this is a 5% chance at best. And there's a 95% chance that the equity all goes to zero and you only made your base salary, which would have been 125 times 2 plus 175. So it would have been 250, 320. So you would have made 425 instead. At best. Because all your equity went to zero. This is the difference. In the best cases, the startup will win handedly. But in the worst cases, big business wins handedly. And most startups fail. Yeah, 5% is YC numbers. Reality is closer to like 1 or 2%. Obviously, you're gunning for this, assuming that you can make this happen. You shouldn't join a startup that you don't think can be worth $1 billion. The same way as an investor, you shouldn't invest in a startup that you don't see a path to $1 billion valuation. You shouldn't think the same for these big companies, or you shouldn't join a company you don't see a path there with either. There is one other important piece here, though, which is that in this 98% chance, you're now unemployed. And in this 90% chance, you're coasting. This was the case for a long time. Sadly, this has changed because of layoff culture. I legitimately believe that the rate of layoffs at these big companies and the randomness of the layoffs at these big companies means that the quality of your work and how hard you work no longer necessarily determines the likelihood you have a job next year at a big company. I know a lot of incredible engineers who got laid off because the company just ran an algorithm and it chose who to fire. If you're an early stage company at one of these startups and you work 2x harder, you might have just increased the chance the company succeeds by 20 to 50%. Harder work at this startup can meaningfully affect the percentage of success and failure. And even if it does fail, what you get out of that is a ramp to go start your own thing. If you work just as hard at a big company like Microsoft or Amazon, you don't materially impact the likelihood the company succeeds. You don't materially impact the likelihood they have to do layoffs. You don't even materially impact the likelihood that you don't get laid off yourself. So that fundamentally changed the risk profile. So big companies no longer are as massively less risky as a small startup is. There's still a gap. Big companies will always be a safer bet than a small startup. But if you're motivated enough to make the chance of the company's success different, that gets you nothing at a big company other than a couple connections to people who remember you for being the guy who worked hard. It might be the life or death of the company for a startup. And even if it doesn't succeed, if you did that, you put in the work and you're known for doing that, the connections you'll make and the opportunity you have to do the next big thing is unbelievable. Two of the biggest startups from recent batches and just recent VC stuff in general came from Gatsby, one of the biggest failures in full stack software development. Gatsby was a disaster of a React framework. And both founders have since made their own things that are raising against absurd valuations because they're founders that have experience. They are building cool shit, but their business was a failure. And leaving that has set them up for a lot of success. So don't underestimate the value of the experience on either side, but don't overestimate the safety of the big business either now that we're in layoff culture. I think I've covered everything I have to here. Don't live in SF for under $125K a year. Don't work remote at a startup if everybody else is in person. It's going to make life hell. I've seen this failure mode way too many times. Don't hire for shit you don't like doing. I need to put this in a list. Cool. 1, don't hire for... 1, don't pay somebody less than $125K a year to live in SF. 2, don't join a startup remotely if everybody else is in person. 3, 0.5% is fine, but don't lie about it. Show real paths. 4, stop hiring for things you don't like doing. I think that covers all of my hot takes here. People don't get this stuff, and I do my best to break it down so y'all can actually understand. And honestly, if you're a founder and you're struggling to explain this stuff to a potential candidate, maybe just send them this video. Oh, sorry. I did say 0.5. Cool. I went out of my way to try and be as transparent as possible about all of this because this stuff isn't easy to understand. It's very different from just getting paid a check every year. But it's one of the best decisions I ever made was to come out here and live this chaotic startup life. I wouldn't trade it for anything. And I think that might be my last point. You want to work hard, don't waste it on FANG. If if you're the top 1% of engineers and you work at a FANG company, you might go from $300K a year to $350K a year. If you're the top 1% of engineers and you go to an early stage company, you might double their likelihood of success. You might be the reason they become worth $1 billion in the future. If you want to put that extra work in, don't sell yourself short. But if you don't, if things like the phrase work-life balance, if things like the phrase work-life balance means a lot to you, if living in a rural area to raise your family is something you care a lot about and want to do, if making less money for a few years because you just want to grind and make this business successful is exciting to you, do it. But if you really care about those other things like work-life balance, living in a rural area, being able to work remote, having flexibility, having options, being able to work less hard some weeks and work harder others, all of that is fine. I'm not talking shit on it when I talk about this. I'm trying to make sure you're realistic here. If you're the type of person that gets home from work and opens their laptop and codes more because they like to, do it. But do it at a company that will reward you for it. If when you're done for the day, you want to close your laptop and just relax and do other shit, don't join one of these early stage startups. And if you join one and realize it's not for you and leave, that's fine too. Just make sure you can survive a year so you can get that cliff payout. I think that's all I have to say on this one. I hope this helps you guys better understand how compensation works at startups. It's such a common miss, and I wish people would better explain it. This is a video that would have made my life much easier if it existed when I was looking at joining a startup, and I hope it helps you guys out like it would have helped me. Let me know what y'all think. Until next time, peace, nerds. Oh, God. Mid-size like for sale is a really hard thing to talk about. Ugh. That's, yeah. Fuck. I intentionally avoided age. There is absolutely, like, age affects things here. Like, there's a lot of people who are in their early 20s that just want to have a family and kids. There's a lot of people in their late 30s and 40s that just want to grind. It varies a ton. So I try to not, like obviously younger people are much more likely to be on the grind and older people are much more likely to want to just raise a family and chill out. But I don't like to bring age in simply because there are so many exceptions on each side that doesn't feel valuable. SF is where all of this happens. I talked about this earlier in it. It's like adding an extra die into your cup of dice when you're trying to roll a 6. SF's where it happens. It's where the funding happens. It's where the other companies are. It's where the events happen. It's where the employees are. It's where everything's going on. Avoid talking to investors to the best of your ability. Pre-seed should be friends and family, not funds. If you're talking to funds pre-seed, you're fucked. Just get into Y Combinator. Raise from friends and family until you can get into YC. Then get into YC, then roll from there. If you don't have the friends and family to do the fundraise with early to get through pre-seed, you don't have the surface area to roll the dice properly here, and you're going to get taken advantage of. Watch my video about making luck to talk about this more. I went in depth on these ideas, like building your own luck. From my understanding, the data breach was one of the world's most common dependencies that had a novel set of exploits in CodeRabbit that they addressed immediately and have been really transparent about. I bet that the same company is using Okta for their auth, and Okta's been compromised significantly harder in ways that are significantly more their fault and been disclosed much worse. The fact that they are transparent about it happening, that nobody's data was stolen, and that it was a third-party DEP that affected a lot of other things, in my opinion, Makes me like CodeRabbit more and trust them more, not less. How do you come to SF right now? By getting a job here. Don't just move to SF. I recorded a podcast with somebody a few weeks ago. Not a few weeks ago, it was last week. That should be coming out soon, where I explain that in detail. Don't move to SF for a job. Let the job move you to SF. Graptile seems really good too. Graptile and CodeRabbit are the best AI code review. Graphite's the best code review platform for like actually doing the reviews and managing them and having a queue that makes sense and having the stack diffs and whatnot. Like, I can't imagine my code review process without a combination of CodeRabbit and Graphite that we have today. I play with all these new tools. We're trying out some others from some other companies right now that are fine so far. But CodeRabbit's still the best quality of code review we have seen. The vast majority of YC companies weren't already SF-based when they get into YC. They get into YC, then they move to SF. Half aren't even from the US. They have to get visas and shit. This is awesome for you, Jiro. If you have a company that's a big company paying you to work remotely and do cool shit and make a lot of money, stick with it. No shame at all. There's no shame in not doing a startup. If it's not for you, it's not for you, and it's not for most people. Most people should not join a startup. YC doesn't directly sponsor the visa, but they help a lot with it. The dilution of the new round is so bad that the new eval doesn't offset it. That would be a down round almost certainly, and that usually means the company's already failed or like is in the process of failing. It's very rare a company takes a round like that and doesn't, and like succeeds at all. Like that is usually the start of the death spiral, or the death spiral already started. That's like one of the steps along the way. Yeah. If your raise isn't a meaningfully higher valuation or have very low dilution, or ideally both, you're fucked. I honestly think that post was bait, but it was a really good opportunity for me to talk about this because a lot of people fell for it as though it's a real thing. Yeah, I would not recommend other accelerators. I don't want to talk shit on anything by name, but there are 0 other accelerators that have had meaningful exits. Same with other cities, by the way. I can't remember the last time there was a new startup that started and like built itself in a city that wasn't SF that was particularly successful. Offshore back office for devs, and this is so specific to the company, it's impossible to say. I'm thinking about a video on Graphite. I've had ideas for how to do that for a while. It's hard because I'm always hesitant to make a video about a sponsor because of how poorly that's gone in the past. So it would have to be a video that they're not sponsoring. It's just me talking about it because I like it. I did that with Convex, and I think I found the balance there because I've intentionally not done any Convex sponsors for a bit. They still are owed a few ads, and we actually have to renew very, very soon. But I don't want people to not trust me talking about Convex because they do pay me for ads in some videos, and I'm very skeptical about that with companies where people can't quite as easily just go test it. Once Graphite's onboarding is a little smoother, then it will make more sense for me to do this. Cursor didn't come from Neo. Cursor took a check from Neo. They are not a Neo accelerator company. I don't think Scale was either. I'm semi-sure Ramp was, but Ramp also went through YC, if I recall. But Cursor does not count at all. Cursor took a check from Neo. They didn't go through Neo. Not quite acquired. A very interesting deal with Scale. I talked about that in my video about the windsurf stuff. It was interesting. I think they did it well. Taking a check and getting Excel. You mean accelerated, or do you mean Excel the fund? These things are weird and sketchy. I don't trust them for shit. If they did like an MFN or something, maybe, but even then, like, I just haven't seen the success. Any accelerator that doesn't have meaningful exits is probably not very legit. Oh, an accelerator is a boot camp, effectively. So Neo has an accelerator. It's the equivalent. Fucking shut up, Siri. Neo has an accelerator, which is similar to YC, where you like join a program for a certain number of months, you learn a bunch about startups, and then you get sent off in the world to hopefully make money. The accelerator is a program you go through. The accelerators also often have funds because they fund you money and then accelerate the business and like have you go through this boot camp. Neo is a fund and an accelerator. They invest in some companies that don't go through the accelerator. Cursor is one of those companies. So Cursor just took a check from Neo the way they would take a check from me. The only difference between Neo and me in the scenario is that Neo got in earlier and paid them slightly more money. By founders. Oh no, OBS died. Are we all good? Can you guys still see and hear? Was that blip temp? Cool. We're good. Yeah. Had a blip. Happy we're good. Let me check YouTube. Make sure. We back? Okay, cool. Thank you guys. OBS had a disconnect. So. Cursor vals are not public info. Can't share. I got in early though. So. Most accelerators are run by VCs, people who do investing for a living. Y Combinator is run by founders, people who start companies for a living. That's the big difference with Y Combinator, is that the partners, the people you talk to, the people you work with, people who do it all, are founders who are trying to settle down and like raise families and shit. Like they're done with the startup grind, and they are now working at YC instead as a way to stay in touch with the startup world, to share what they've learned and done to help these startups find success. But like, that's the big difference, is that YC is for like it's by and for founders. All these other funds and all these other accelerators are by investors. No worries, Gamer Girl. Thanks for stopping by. Can you get out of YC at a certain point? This is like, can you get out of being an alumni from MIT if you go to MIT? No, you went to MIT. You did that. You are now an MIT alum. But it's a 3-month program. You do it, you finish it, it's over. Just like college is a 4-year program. You do it, you finish it, it's over. But they also invest money, so they own a percentage of your company too. Hypothetically, you could buy it back from them, but don't fucking do that. No one does that. How do you go partner YC? It's almost exclusively alumni. I can't think of any exceptions right now. I'm pretty sure YC's all alum founders, people who went through YC, had a semi to very successful exit, and are now helping run YC and helping companies find success through YC. It's a thing someone like me could hypothetically do. I probably won't, because I have enough funding to not need YC's money to invest in companies myself. And also because I have my own distribution channels. I don't need YC to boost my name anymore. But like, if I didn't have all of you guys here, if I didn't have the incredible opportunities and everything else I have, being a YC partner is absolutely something I would do. A lot of the people at YC have experience with investing stuff, but they live in the trenches in a very different way. If you can't see the difference between a Gary and a Mark Andreessen, I can't help you. We've only done our seed round right as YC wrapped up. We haven't raised any money since then. Haven't even published the money that we raised then yet. We will when it makes sense to, which almost certainly means we're raising more money. So if you see us suddenly announcing our fundraise from 3 years ago, know the reasons, because we want to raise again. Andreessen was a founder, but the point I was making there is that, like, I was trying to compare to another founder turned investor. Mark Andreessen, founder turned investor, is now much more investor. Gary Tan, founder turned investor, is still much more founder. It's just a difference in energy. And I like both. I could defend both to an extent. Both have moments where they're very hard to defend. But yeah. Sam is Sam. He doesn't rank on any of these scales. Sam Altman is Sam Altman. He's one of one, similar to Paul Graham. I would never, ever, ever, ever crowdfund. Fuck no. Huge, terrible mistake you can make. All crowdfunding does is increase expectations and give you a bunch of needy motherfuckers that expect to be able to trade your company's equity the same way you trade stock normally. It's awful. Avoid it at all costs. Anyways, let's go through all the subs I missed, then we can film some more videos. Let me actually move this over. Don't work at a startup. Cool. I just want to put my thoughts here quick before I forget. Investing in everything. Open source, especially. Some of those ideas, cool. And yes, we are profitable. I've talked about that a bit. Our margins are pretty good right now. We got Decoceras here with the Prime. Appreciate that. Oh, so tier 1. Thank you for that. Littlefinger here with the 1 year of Primes. Appreciate that. CMC Sun with the Prime. Mike P. Funk with the 7 months. It's me, KLC, with 11 months, right on the 1 year mark. Furtive Spy with a 15. Thank you all for the support. Let's get going. This sounds really fun, Winchester. I'm excited to see what you cook when you have liquidity and time, Ryan. That's a great username, Wire Transfer. That's one of the best names I've seen on Twitch in a minute. 6 months of tier 1. Appreciate that. Nabari with the 16 months. Thank you all for the support, guys. Appreciate each and every one of y'all. So I've been paying attention to YouTube chat. Blame Firefox and YouTube. Cool. Let's figure out what we're talking about next. The OpenAI cursor alternative is very high pry. It's going to be a fun one. OpenAI just put out their Cursor competitor, a subscription that lets you do AI coding in whatever editor you choose. You'll never guess what they called it. Yeah, they named it Codex again. They're so bad at naming, but this does actually seem really promising. They put out an IDE extension, the ability to hop between local environment and cloud for your agents, which is something I've been wanting for a long time now. Proper built-in code review on GitHub, as well as rebuilding the Codex CLI, this time in Rust. I told them not to do it. They didn't listen. They had some good reasons and mostly bad ones. Regardless, there's a lot to dig into here. All of a sudden, your ChatGPT subscription can do all of these different things. And I'm excited to play around with it with y'all. It's very interesting when you consider the history of OpenAI, where they almost bought Windsurf and then didn't due to the IP deals with Microsoft. Then they started working closely with Cursor for the GPT-5 launch. Now they're doing this. This seems like, once again, OpenAI trying really hard to appeal to developers, but they always have mixed success with that. And I'm very curious to throw some of my tests at this and see how good it is. At the very least, I can finally make some use of that $200 a month subscription that I keep forgetting to cancel because it's fun playing with new OpenAI stuff. But all that aside, I'm excited to dive into all of this with you guys. I've probably spent $2,000 on that subscription because I keep forgetting. And know you guys like to support me, but I'm not going to ask y'all to foot the bill for my forgetfulness. So we'll ask today's sponsor to do it instead. I put the high price on that. Did I not? Cool. There we go. Yeah. Codex is getting more and more confusing because Codex used to be a model. Now it is a CLI. Then they put out codex.chatgpt.com, which is their background agent Devon style thing. And now it's part of your subscription and is also a thing in your terminal. The delegating to cloud part's really good, especially if you can use your local environment to know how to set up the cloud environment. When I first tried Codex in the cloud, I literally spent 30 minutes copy pasting environment variables over because I couldn't paste it all in at once. And I shit you not, the page crashed before I could submit, and I had to redo the whole thing. It was the worst. I roasted them so hard for that shit. Cool. None of that's what I'm trying to do. Cancel. Install that. Install. Give me a sec to change some settings. Okay, cool. Quick sign in. Cool. Now we have Codex in my IDE. Cursor. I could put it in Windsurf. I could put it in VS Code. Seemed like they had a lot of options, actually, when I clicked this. Yeah, Windsurf, VS Code Marketplace, Cursor, Codex Web. Lots of options. Now we have it installed. Next. Hand off to the cloud. Cool. To-dos and the Codex tasks. Powered by my ChatGPT account. Cool. These are all tasks for a different project, so I don't think it's smart enough to know the difference there. Cool. Let's grab my prompt for Image Studio. Auto includes recent files and other context. Cool. You have agent mode, little drop down. You can change agent slash or agent full access. And it does not let me actually see what it says on the side. If the sidebar too small, it's fine. You can choose between minimal, low, medium, and high reasoning, local or running cloud. I don't like you have to like go hit buttons for all these things, but it's new. They'll probably make hotkeys in the future. Let's give it a go with zero context, just clicking. Let's see how it does. This is a brand new Next.js app I just spun up. We'll see how it figures things out and how it behaves. Okay, it's setting up Tailwind. Configuring the dark mode. Don't like that it's set up Tailwind multiple times. I'll do the second time. Set our source app components instead of cluttering page TSX. Modify global for dark theme specifically. Cool. I actually like the UX of this quite a bit, like having these parts just as bullet points instead of just giant dumps of text, and you can click on one to get more detail. UX is good. There's a lot of little things broken about the extension. See how it's cut off there and you can't even see the text? Like, not just here to glaze. There's going to be problems. I'm excited to see how it does. Now, they have their own custom view for the changes that doesn't follow my syntax highlighting. That's kind of gross. Command minus to see more. Oh god, the reflow is awful. They did something weird in custom here. I don't like that. Let's see how it looks though. Did it npm install during this or something? Why does it think there's multiple lock files? That's strange. I'll ignore that. Let's see how it looks. Came out stunning. I still really love how GPT-5 subtle gradients work. Not the ugly ass gradients for these like fake images, but the red and blue black in the background is phenomenal. The cards actually make sense. Space is used well. It's a good starting point. How's the responsiveness? Pretty solid as well. Great start. What I'm more curious about, though, is the background agent bit, because the flow going between the background agents and the cloud, or because the flow between the background agents and cloud setup versus by local setup has always been fucking garbage. I want to fix that. So let's see how it does. We're going to gh repo create push existing dot cool public. Sure. As I mentioned before, I'm on the $200 tier for OpenAI, but this supposedly all works with the $20 tier too. We'll look into the rate limits in a bit. I just want to see this working first. I kind of want to try their CLI first, because I've heard good things, that it made a lot of progress. So let's try that first. Reinstall the global. Open codecs, allow codecs to work here. Let's give it the same prompt I just gave. Looks good so far. Do they have like a built-in scroll solution? Nope, up arrow does that. Do I have to, because it's not a windowed CLI. I have to use my like solution that exists in my Tmux. It's pretty Tmux friendly, which is nice. A lot of these solutions are not Tmux friendly for fucking shit. So that's cool. I've actually been quite annoyed at how many of these solutions, even something like a TurboPax or even something like Turbo Repo's multi-viewer for having 3 dev commands running at once, breaks Tmux so bad. I guess saying about the $20 plan. While this is going, I'm gonna do the same thing with Claude. While pasting the same prompt, we'll let that run with Claude code and see how the results compare. The Codex one's pretty slow. We're 2 minutes in. Definitely prefer Claude's UI. They're both fine, though. I like what the OpenAI Codex one's going for, but it doesn't feel as flushed out as Claude Code does. Cool. Control C to quit. Take a look at how this runs. Very good job. CSS broke. Okay, let's see what went wrong with the CSS quick. It's because you can't apply glass. That did it, but the glass style isn't applying anymore. So anywhere we're using .card, we need to go apply that. That's annoying. And that makes it look how it's supposed to, but yeah, that was disappointing. Did not do very good. I thought outApply worked in a way it didn't. Meanwhile, Claude is getting errors just doing basic file edits. While that's going, let's bring Codex back up. Because I'm going to tell it to implement the FAL AI implementation for image gen with... We'll go pick a model. If you guys aren't already familiar, FAL's the shit. I'm going to use my real browser for this because I use them all the time. One sec. So I don't need to do that there. Never mind. Continue with GitHub. Cool. FAL's a sponsor. I haven't done a video with them in a bit, but probably will in the future. They just make it way easier to implement AI media gen stuff. So image to video, image to image, text to image, audio stuff, everything. And they have APIs for all of it and just give you a standard SDK and implementation for all of these types of things. So let's find a good text to image. I don't like what they did to this UI. I like this one more. Cool. Let's look at text to image. We'll tell it to implement 3 models. How about that? Let me go grab an API key first. Account. Cool. I know a file key. We'll tell it that. Implement image. Actually, what model are we using? GPT-5 BDM. That's cool. Yeah. Implement file or implement the image generation. Pick the top 3 image gen models from fal.ai and implement it using their SDK. I have already provided a file key in the environment variables. Let me send that. Want to run the dev server for the Claude version quick while that's going. Oh, it's weird that it's going up directories for the bun lock. That is strange. I know how to fix that. Cool. Here's the beautiful, stunning Claude version for reference. Looks like they also fucked up the Tailwind file. These tools are so good and reliable, man. Global CSS. What did it break? Oh, this is what it broke. Revert that. Run dev. I do not know why Anthropic models love to add their own CSS resets when Tailwind has one. I thought it was supposed to be good at Tailwind. I have to go unfuck all their CSS whenever they do anything. And now that I did, it looks, I won't say it looks good, but it looks. Oh shit, thank you, Elliot, for the gift subs. Really appreciate that. Oh, I forgot to come back here and approve. I'll give it the always, the dangerous thing you're not supposed to do, where you just tell it to do whatever it wants whenever it wants. See how long it takes to implement all this. Do we get an implementation timeline on Anthropic? 2 minutes and 38 seconds. Okay, so it's not much faster. It normally is faster for me. That's annoying. 63 cents of cost for that. Are you fucking me? God, I don't do Claude models anymore. It had to read 1 million tokens for that. Are you fucking me? Why do you have to read 1 million tokens to generate a ship UI and not even have it work? Yeah, the GPT-5 version objectively looks best. Anybody who says otherwise doesn't have eyes. But the implementation speed is a thing of note. It's fun having the ability to head to head between these. I don't like that the Gemini, or I don't like that the GPT-5 model really likes to try and run build commands that doesn't need to. I'll deal with build issues. Let's see how I did with this. This is implementing image gen. I'm very curious how it succeeded or failed for this. Flux 1 Pro, Dev, and Schnell. It's interesting. It picked all Flux models and not OpenAI models. I'm guessing this is, hydration fail. Very interesting. Fun. I'll ask it to fix that later. Generate an image, or I'll just say corgi riding a skateboard in San Francisco. It worked. It actually implemented the full image gen. That's actually really cool. I did not know if it would go that far. Let's look at the code. I want to give them an audit. See how safe it is or is not. Okay, what are the type errors this is mad about? Oh, they put an any in. AI models certainly love their any. API generate route. Process environment file key. Cool, did that right. Number of images is 4 by default. Wait, file run. Enable safety checker, harmless if ignored. Cool. Result. If it's an array, otherwise it's an image. I don't like how they did the types, but that works. Makes sense. It's showing the URLs in the UI. Obviously, it's going to break if you refresh because there's no state management here yet. But they did it. It works. It's actually quite cool. Let's play with some of these other things and see if they work. Let's do 16 by 9 and corgi hacker in a dimly lit room. We'll tell it to go neon noir vibes. Oh no, we got errors. What are the errors? That's the error I care about. Generation failed. Not found. Okay, that's not the right slug for that model. Let's go find the right one then. It is /flux/dev. Let's see what it is in here. Yeah, that's an easy to make mistake. Let's try again. That's pretty cool. That's really cool. I'm not going to lie. The fact that it could pull together this so quickly is dope. Shame history doesn't work. Do we go all the way out? Do I tell it to implement the history feature and pick whatever it wants to use? Trying to decide what I want to go for next. Let's go all the way. Let's go all the way. Cool. The history feature does not appear to work. Can you fix it? Oh, here we go. If you want history to persist across page reloads, I can add it to local storage syncing and to clear history button. That's a good call out because it was just something wrong with the code. I'm guessing it was mad about the way the images were rendering. I would like it to persist regardless of which browser I'm using. No need to set up auth yet, but would be nice to store in the cloud. And we've used significantly fewer tokens than Claude did. The gap's kind of insane. It's going to give us a breakdown of all the different databases we can use. I'm actually very curious to see what it chooses as the options here. Cool. It wants to use the Blob SDK for storing the files. I want upload thing. I would prefer upload thing. What about the database, though? This is funny. I actually made a benchmark on which models are the most likely to recommend upload thing, and it is straight up a straight line based on how intelligent the model is. It's more likely to recommend our service upload thing, which I thought was really funny. The models that do it the most aggressively are Claude Opus and GPT-5. So take that as you will. Seems like the smartest AI models realize upload things is the best way to upload files in your Next.js app. Do you really think you know better than they do? Yes, Elliot, I've seen Grok code fast. I did a video on it last week. Interesting that it picked Terso. Yeah, it did add upload thing /server, which is a sub-dep of the upload thing package. You can just install upload thing. I'm going to read more of this while it's all going. Cool. Apparently, upload thing is implemented in a way that is optional for durable image URLs. Let me go grab a Terso key. Every time I go to the Terso dashboard, it looks entirely different, I swear. Image gen codex test. I have groups, cool. Default group it is. Hide this all. Cool. If this all worked, I only did the database. I didn't do upload thing yet. I'm just curious. This is running still, so let's go give it a shot. Corgi on a skateboard. Balanced 1-1. Generate. And now the test, refresh, and they're all still here. Look at that. It successfully implemented the database and persistence. Yeah, there are now rows in this DB. That's pretty cool. The fact that I just built a whole AI image gen studio without writing any code other than changing a dash to a slash and deleting one thing that it put in the fucking CSS global file. I only deleted code and replaced one character. I didn't write anything here. Pretty nuts. Pretty freaking nuts. Yeah, it's just gotten way too good. And if I add more image gens, yeah, it's all add in. Not the best generations, but that's because I picked FluxDev. Still blown away. Didn't implement auth or any of those other things yet, but you can see the history here. Explorers doesn't do anything yet. Makes sense. A lot better than I would have expected for me just giving it vague instructions. Cool. So let's take a look at the limitations, because I did just find the page for how much usage you get with codecs. So for Plus Pro, or for Plus Team, Enterprise, and Educational users, the average user can send 30 to 150 messages every 5 hours with a weekly limit. Okay. And for cloud tasks, you get generous limits for a limited time. But the Pro, which is their $200 a month, you get 300 to 1,500 messages every 5 hours. And again, cloud is generous for a limited time. They claim this is enough for your full workday across multiple projects. All vibe stress test the shit out of that, sure. Let's try the cloud portion, because that's one of the things I'm most curious about here. Get status. Okay, so again, for the comparison, total token usage was 58K, around 59K actually, for all that. There was 430,000 cache tokens hit. In comparison with Claude, for doing the shit UI at the start exclusively, 900K cache read, 50K cache write. Total token usage was worse, and the cost, because I don't have the like pro plan for Claude, I'm just paying API costs. Spent 63 cents on a shit UI. Yeah, I don't get the Claude Code thing anymore. I haven't for a bit. I've heard it's been getting worse over time. Why not 4.1? I just used Claude Code. I didn't select anything on either of these tools. I use Claude Code as it comes by default. Could I have forced it to be more expensive and generate something just as bad? Sure. I didn't. Cool. Persistence is now committed. Let's hop back to Cursor so we can try their background agents. Now let's do a new task. Switch to run in cloud. It's an environment. Environment settings. Oh, I have to go create the environment, of course. Next image studio codecs test. No. Cool. And again, the shitty secret setup. Give me a second. Actually, it'd be cool if they told you the difference between environment variables and secrets. Okay, they fixed the thing where you can paste an environment variable file at least. Can't show it because I want to leak said environment variables. But we now have a setup environment. Closing that so I don't leak data. Cool. Hop back over to, oops. Hop back over to codecs. Select an environment. There we go. We now have an environment. It auto-selected once it loaded. Main should just be the same. Okay. That's very annoying. Let me go roll all of those keys. Fuck me. I love streaming live code. This is so fun. Keys are rolled. You can't have any fun. Never mind. Cursor's incompetent. I'm not able to invalidate my tokens on cursor. Or not cursor, fucking Terso is incompetent. I can't invalidate the tokens on this. The fuck? Man, the world would be so cool if Terso worked. Okay. This invalidate token button worked. The one at the bottom of the page didn't. The straight up incompetence at Terso makes me want to go insane. If they built something good and weren't the weirdest company I've ever worked with in my life, I would recommend them so heavily. But every single time I do stuff with them, it's the weirdest fucking vibes, and then it breaks in these types of egregious ways, and they blame the users for it. Because they're a really competent, thoughtful, thorough company. Highly recommend. Cool. Environment's now fixed. That was annoying. Codecs. This project has a handful of type errors. Please fix them. And please stop using any. Let's see how it does. I like the parallel attempts. You can ask it to do multiple at once in the cloud. We can see the task in the cloud. Because again, I'm not running this one on my computer. It's spinning up a container with this dev environment and running it in the cloud. So I could run a bunch of these in parallel and it'll open PRs up on GitHub. Yeah. This part does not go in the video. I just want to vent a minute. I get why Primeagen likes Terso. If they delivered on their promises, what they built would be incredible. But this is part of what's different between Prime and me. I build a lot of stuff with a lot of the things I recommend. I've dealt with the problems with these things. The Terso promise better aligns with the way Prime thinks than other providers like, I don't know, Convex. But they don't fucking work. The keys all got rolled. We're fine. I rolled them within a second of that happening. I have Surreal DB as a banned word. I don't remember why I did that. I think some random was pissing me off about it. Cool. Let's reading the route files. Probably not going to be very fast to do this in the background, but it's cool you can have that running while you're also separately working on shit locally. So I have that in the cloud, and locally we can do something else. Like, let's have it fix that hydration error locally. Can I take screenshots? Earlier, we can take screenshots. It can. Getting the following hydration error. Please fix it. Now this one's running locally while I'm separately in the cloud running other things. Does the CLI have the cloud option? It does not appear to. Interesting. You can only do the cloud option through the website or through the IDE extension. And while that's all running, we have this in the background still. This actually has to make commits because it's going to file a PR, whereas the IDE version is just making changes in your editor. So here we have the changes that were made. Oh God, this view is awful. It's so broken. I get why they wanted to do their own thing, but the thing they did is terrible. Okay, so you replace the seed set. Size is 0, so it's always 0, and then the use effect on render resets it. That's a fine solution. I personally would prefer to just not render this thing on client at all, or on server at all, and only render it on client. But it's actually a clever, novel way to get around the hydration error. If you're not familiar with why these errors happen, when you run a React page on the server and on the client, all the code runs. But if we have this math.floor random call on both, then the server and the client are going to render with different values. So now they are not matching HTML pages. The server and the client see something different, and then React gets confused. So what this has done is it moved the setting of that to a random value to happen in a use effect. So by default, the client and the server both start with 0 as the value, but then when this use effect runs, it sets it on client to an actual random value, thereby skirting this potential issue. And I'm sure if I go back now and go to my AI Image Studio and refresh, no more hydration error. Look at that. Pretty cool. And here, this finished. Don't have a test script, so it didn't run that, but it ran the TSC and lint, had no problems. Here it made type definitions. Here it applied the type definitions. Here it's abusing our, oh, it's only implementing upload thing and only importing upload thing if we have an upload thing secret. That's actually pretty cool. There's some abuse here with class abuse because we have a way to just pass a URL that it doesn't seem to be aware of. Just insisting on passing the file as a file instead of as a URL. Well, it all seems to be behaving. I don't like that it defined custom types for upload thing server, though. It's the only part I don't like is that it did external type overrides effectively. I get why it's the right way in quotes, but it didn't need to do that. Regardless, if this went right, this should now be on GitHub as a PR. So repos, next image studio codex test. It did not file it as a PR yet. How do I make it do that? This looks good. Can you file a PR? Okay, that's funny. I hit the ask button and it just like froze the page for a sec. It was doing so good and it falls apart right at the finish line. Good news is this all seems to be fixable, but God, it was so close. If it had just opened the PR there, I would have been like jaw dropped impressed. But now it just seems confused. I'm going to stop it. Go back to the main view here. No, there's a lot of weird UX issues with this web view. I had the FAQ page open. Let me look this up. Is the expectation since I spun this up through the IDE that I close it through the IDE as well? Because if so, that's stupid. So if I go back here, we can see this cloud one ran. I have access to it and the code changes here. I can apply and continue locally, which is cool. But I wanted a pull request. I also can't see the whole history here now either. I can only see the most recent thing. I can hear though. If PX was a commit that is on the main branch, git log. Interesting. I bet if I go make the exact same change here, that it will file the PR fine. They also have code review as a feature, and I don't care because I'm happy with my code review options. But if you do want an all-in-one that includes code review, it's cool they did that, I guess. I'm gonna close this what's new section. Not necessary for me. This is still thinking about filing a PR. It's been looping for a while. Seems I have a commit, but the tool isn't recognizing it. Let's think. Yeah, this seems like a broken implementation on the IDE plugin for cloud. Hopefully this one works, but it'll be very annoying if I can do this properly in the CLI. Or it'll be very annoying if I can do this properly in the web UI. I can't do it all in the CLI, and the IDE version only works if you pull it back in on the IDE side. Also running, I'll ask chat, have you guys seen anybody doing anything cool with this so far? Because I would love to take a look at like Twitter links of other people doing cool shit with this. Oh, fuck. I missed that you did 20 GIFs before and then another 14 after. Thank you so much, Elliot. Braver with the gift sub as well. Thank you for that. Nabari, good to see you, man. Captain Mexico with the 4 months and Jean with the 5. Thank you all. I did ask for the first time. I tried it again with code mode and now it's just looping. Apparently, it no longer automatically creates the PR. It used to, but doesn't anymore. It's cool that it gets live updates here. It's annoying as fuck that it got so close and then didn't open the PR. If it had just had error loading task, that wasn't an edit rough cut. I was in the middle of a sentence and it just failed. It's so close. I can taste it. But now I get an error whenever I try to load the task. Jesus Christ. They're right there. They're like right fucking there. Oh, that's great. Keep just leaking my information. We finally got failed. An unknown error occurred after it tried to file a PR for 4 minutes and 25 seconds. Okay, so with this one, I get a create PR button. With the other one, I started from the editor, I got a copy diff button. It's possible that the editor kickoff wasn't aware that the GitHub repo exists, but that kind of feels like bullshit. Because I clicked the little button at the bottom for it and everything. So, yeah, create PR. View PR. And this time it missed all the fucking type errors. Jesus Christ. I tried. I really did. It's so close, but it's also so far. This is why tools like Devin are still winning, because their shit, as crazy as it is, it works. Might be more annoying to set up, but it did its job. The amount of little things you have to touch to make something like this work, like just getting the syntax highlighting in the diff view in the UI is really hard. Getting the logs that pass across various different services is really hard. Building an API that works in browser and in editor and potentially in CLI is really hard. Getting this all to cooperate properly with GitHub and the ever-changing target that is the GitHub API is obnoxious. Getting a virtual environment that works for all the different languages and all the different ecosystems people are building within is hard. There are lots of things that make these types of problems hard, and I don't think OpenAI is necessarily equipped to do it. When you have a small slice, like a CLI tool or an editor plugin, they can do that. But once you get to this level of orchestration, where between the code base, the virtual environment, once you get to this point where you have to orchestrate it all between the editor experience, the cloud web experience, the chaos that is the diffing system, the absurdity of the GitHub API and synchronizing across that, the virtual environment and sandbox dev instance that is running in the cloud, getting all of this orchestrated properly, it's just not the same thing as making a good LLM. It's kind of similar to like why we're winning with T3 chat, is that our focus is making a really good chat UI. A company that's doing a ton of other shit isn't going to be able to compete with one that is just obsessed with this one thing. This one thing is hard enough that I'm not surprised they can't do it, but I am disappointed because it's so close. It's so close, but it's also so far. Like, I'm going to go clone that exact same thing from that pull request. Let's pull this down locally. Sorry, git checkout. My brain is not working. Git stash, git checkout. Run type check. Okay, why is it so mad about the any's? Oh, it's because I never pushed. It's because I never pushed. Tool on me all you want, chat. Get your making fun of me out quick. Now we're going to go try one last time. Oh god, that little copy button's getting It's like impossible to click. It keeps getting cut off by all the UI. There's all these little things like this. This UI is entirely broken and sucks ass, to be very clear. I'm going to also try kicking off a background agent in the editor again to see if it'll behave properly this time. We're going to use main instead. No, don't use local changes. Use main. Cool. Hopefully, this will let me make a PR from this as well, since I'm using the cloud version and the main branch instead of whatever the fuck I was doing on my machine locally. It didn't pop up the new task without a refresh, so they're not live updating this. What a surprise. Syncing is hard. It's almost like sync engines are not an easy problem. It is cool that I can push up code that I haven't pushed up yet with the editor plugin, though. Like, that's actually, it's cool that it worked at all for that first run, because it could use the code I had locally, even if I haven't pushed those changes up yet. Man, if I just spent the last 15 minutes shitting on OpenAI because of a skill issue, you guys better not let me shit on OpenAI ever again, because if I compliment them, I get shit. If I give them shit, it's a skill issue. I'm just getting fucked on all ends here. Going. Cut as much of the waiting time throughout this video as you can, Phase. If there's like a long set of generations, just do the weird thing I do where I speed it up and play silly music in the background if it's like worth doing. Not doing good on video production today. I'm almost 7 o'clock and I'm most of the way through my third video. Fuck me. Oh, that's cool. I just checked my phone. And on my phone, can I clear all these? Make sure I can clear all my other notifications so you guys don't see them. Yes, I can. Cool. On my phone, I actually have a notification from Codex, Phase Zoom for me, that shows the Codex tasks all running on my phone. That light's making it hard to see. Yeah. That's pretty cool. The fact that it all pops up on my phone while it's running as part of the ChatGPT app, that's where like the bundling and the lock-in is going to start occurring. The fact that like people already have the ChatGPT app means that they can do a full integrated experience without making you go install 15 things across various like parts. Also, people who have already signed into GitHub with ChatGPT so they can talk to their repos now have the integration already. It can just switch to filing PRs. There's opportunities here. I'll also take a screenshot of that screen in case you have to fake it in post phase. It's actually a live action, so it appears at the top of my screen. That's really cool. It is showing a loading spinner that's at the very start, though. That's the catch, is it doesn't know how far along it is because it can't. So it just says it's starting still until it's suddenly done. Now, what do you have for me here? One of the greatest replies ever. Hand surgeries on Friday. Okay, cool. We now have these both done. This one can still file a PR, which it should be able to. So start from the cloud. This is the real test, though. If I can file a PR from this one. Yes, okay. So you can file a PR as long as you're starting from a branch, not from the state in your local editor. That's the key. The UX does not indicate this anywhere. It's just not clear about this fact, but it kind of makes sense because it's possible your editor state is dirty. So when you, by default, just submit something in background, it uses the local dirty state, whatever it is, and files so if you use that dirty state, you can't file a PR immediately because it's based on your local environment, not based on the current understanding of Git in the cloud. Yet again, more arguments against Git for AI agents, but yeah, it is what it is. That's cool. The fact that I can go file a PR from here, is there a way for me to file the PR from in IDE though? I can apply the changes and continue locally. I can view the changes in editor, but it does not appear there's a button here for me to file the PR for this change. I have to hop over to the browser to do it. I can just click the Codex Cloud task button, wait for it to load, and then click create PR. But the thing I'm imagining here is, how many times have you been in your editor working on something and you just notice a little thing that kind of pisses you off that you wish you could fix right now, but you're in the middle of some other arc? It happens to me all the time. I'm like refactoring something like, oh, I should fix that. I can't do that right now because I'm working on this. If I could just hit a hotkey, queue up like the equivalent of cutting an issue, but instead of cutting the issue, it actually goes and files the PR for you. I can, in the background, have this random little annoyance refactored and made into a PR while I'm continuing to do the thing that I'm doing. Chat gets it. That's pretty common, happening to me right now. I'll worry about that later. Yeah. That's what I dig about this. The idea that at any given point, I can take a random thing I noticed and don't feel like cutting an issue for, and don't feel like branching off my current work to go do. Just open this up, say, go do this, get back to work, barely even have to shift context to do it. And now a PR is up that fixes this random annoyance that I discovered while I was working. Whew. I'll be hot. I'll be real into that. Let's tell it to create the PRs. I'll create one for each so we can compare them. Okay, I just refreshed and they aren't appearing yet. It's very slow to file said PRs. Yeah, here we are. Pretty cool. Can't complain. Legitimately can't. I am impressed. It has edges. I hit a lot of them, and I'm sure there are many, many more. But there is actual potential value in this, in the idea of this one subscription that can be a background agent that files PRs, that can run as a CLI tool similar to Claude Code, that can work in all of the VS Code-based editors, that is also my chat app that I can connect to my GitHub account with seemingly generous usage limits. This seems like a compelling option. I am on the $200 a month subscription right now, but apparently everything I've done is within the $20 a month, at least according to their docs. It's impossible to know until you've hit their limits. The one thing I'm most concerned about here, because nobody's as transparent as we are with T3 chat and usage limits, they say you can send 30 to 150 messages every 5 hours. That's a huge range. That's a 5x gap from either side. And that there's a weekly limit. But they don't say what the weekly limit is. And they also say that average users can send 300 to 1500 on Pro every 5 hours, again with a weekly limit. And cloud tasks are measured entirely separately. It seems like they're just going to be generous with cloud until they see what usage looks like, because they don't know how to price any of that. Okay, I think I've touched everything I have to here. I'm not trying the code review. I just don't care. There's so much nuance to good AI code review that you can't just hand an AI a PR and say, hey, review this. It does not understand jack shit. And we have really got CodeRabbit tuned to our needs right now. So it's still by far my favorite for code review. But I'm doing that through all of my other tools. It's, don't even, you can cut that bit, but yeah. So I'm not going to try the code review part. But the fact that Codex is now a CLI, an editor extension, and model that no one uses anymore, a cloud platform, and a code reviewer is interesting. But I'm impressed. I could actually see myself using this a bit. I hope they fix all the jank, because there's a lot of jank they have to fix. But there's a lot of potential here too. If you're already subscribed to ChatGPT, I'd recommend giving it a shot. If you're not subscribed to ChatGPT, you should check out T3 Chat. It's only $8 a month, and we are very transparent with our limits. You won't get all this cool code stuff, but you get the whole chat experience with every single model. Yeah. Here, I don't want to share. I think that's fine. When I say every model, I mean it. And if you haven't already subbed, you can get your first month for $1 with the code not-for-devs. Yes, not for devs, because this is not as useful for devs. It's useful for everything else. For $8, you might be surprised. Cool. That's all I got to cover. I've had my fun. Might be filing some PRs on T3 Chat via Codex. Depends on how good it is at effect. But yeah, that was fun. Hope you enjoyed it. I know I did. And it'll be a very fun thing to play with, and I'm curious how y'all feel too. Let me know what you think. Until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. Let me... This is funny to me when we're in a world where everybody's wrapping AWS still. The people building things that are actually useful will always win to the thing that's being commoditized. Models are being commoditized. Wrappers are solving real problems. the wrappers are set to have very big wins. This is the equivalent of saying that wrapper sites like Vercel will disappear soon. It's just funny. You might not like them, but they're here forever. Here's like Codex, as a founder, how do you balance it? Honestly, the way, if I had to balance as a founder, like we had focuses that were split that hard on things that mattered and had to be high quality. Acquisitions is the only thing I could think of. Like acquire a team that's autistically obsessed with a specific problem you're trying to solve, that has already solved it well, and then let them keep solving it. Okay. That one's done. How are we doing on calendar right now? 1, 2, 3. So we're good till Wednesday-ish. I really need to film more, though, especially because I'm going to be miserable post-surgery. Yeah, I'm still using work trees. I haven't been coding much lately. I've been so fucking busy just getting ready for surgery. I was hoping I would code more before, but I've been coding a lot less. We only did one AI video. We can do the why LLMs can't really build software. It's also Zed though. Fuck. Can't do 2 Zeds in a row, right? I don't know if I can turn ACP into a video without it just being shilly. Like, hard to brand and package. It's cool, but it's not a video, at least not for me as a third party. You guys could possibly do a video about it, but not me. You also pay me to talk about it in a video, but I don't know if I can brand a whole video around that. We could talk about the Mongo stuff. If I don't do it today, we won't. So we'll do that as the last video. CoreRabbit kind of got hacked. There was an exploit found. It wasn't used, but it was found and fixed a while ago, and now there's a lot about it. What do you got for me here? Interesting. This seems like a very fun read for later. Saving. God, this is going to fucking kill me. The fact that in Zen that does that, it drives me mad. It click twice every time. Let's do it. Fix my hair. I hate what my hair is doing. My hair appointment's tomorrow, so this is the worst my hair is going to look for a while. Oh shit, bye Michaela. Thanks for stopping by. Let's film. If you've been around for a while, you know there are few things I like to talk about less than MongoDB. And believe me, I don't want to talk about it today. But this happened. Yeah, Mongo's stock jumped 40% the last day and a half. Yeah. Their market cap's now $24 billion. Mongo is now a $24 billion company. For reference, that puts them at about half the size of Ford. Yeah. 2 Mongos now equals one of the biggest car company in the world by actual shipped vehicles. Yeah. I have feelings. We have a lot to talk about here because on one hand, this shouldn't have happened. But on the other hand, it was kind of inevitable. There's a lot of reasons why Mongo is being valued very highly, and the important ones are their stock, and the important ones are their revenue. Their revenue went up 24% year over year. Their Atlas revenue in particular went up 29%, which is 74% of their total revenue. And they added 2,800 customers, which is not that big of a number until you understand how Mongo's platform works. I have a lot to talk about here. From a really awkward experience I had with the Mongo team not long ago, to the reason why they're actually getting customers and why people are choosing Mongo in the first place, to God, and I feel sick even saying this part, the benefits of Mongo. God, sorry. I'm feeling a little sick. It's not going to be a fun one for me, but yeah, I don't own stock in Mongo. I have equity in a lot of their competitors, which means I'm in a lot of pain right now. Just roll the sponsor. We'll get back to it in a sec. So let's get started with why the fuck is everyone using Mongo? First, in case you all don't know, what is Mongo? Other than a mistake, it is an alternative document database. I don't have the heart to explain this myself, so I will pay an AI to do it for me. Describe MongoDB and why someone might want to use it. Include similar database solutions and how they differ. Using GPT-5 Mini on low because the Mongo's a low IQ choice. Oh, God, I hate this. Also, 5 Mini is an underrated model. Mongo is a distributed MongoDB is a distributed, document-oriented, NoSQL database that stores data in BSON, which is a binary JSON format. Each record is a flexible, self-describing document, kind of like JSON, which can contain nested objects and arrays. Designed for horizontal scaling, high availability, and developer productivity. Common features include replica sets, sharding, and a rich query language and indexes, aggregation framework for data processing, etc. Yeah. Yeah, the main comparison I wanted to make was DynamoDB, which is the really powerful document data space. It's technically a KV, but it is used as document store. There's also Amazon Document DB, which I never actually heard anyone using. They just use Dynamo. A way I have described Mongo in the past is... A way I've described Mongo in the past is Dynamo for babies. Actually, though, it's worse than that. It's databases for babies. Schemas are hard, the DB. Wait, but it actually scales a bit? the DB. It's a lot of things. The big thing with Mongo compared to SQL or other real databases is that it's a document store, which means that the shape of a given element is not predetermined by the database itself. If you have a table in SQL, it has columns that are specific values. So a user table will have a name, it will have a created at, it'll have an updated at, have an ID, might have an email, might have a lot of other things, profile, pic, URL. You get the idea. When you have a table, in most databases, the table has columns that describe the things that a given row in that table will have in it. A user collection in Mongo will have a JSON blob. They're doing their own custom JSON shit, and you can do really cool stuff with it, like index on keys and whatnot. But the point I'm trying to make here is that the elements, like the core entities in Mongo, are really flexible. And historically, that hasn't been super valuable because it's not that hard to change the schema in a database. Obviously, migrations fucking suck. I've complained about that forever. And we've also been seeing more and more funny things recently, like people using AI agents like, I don't know, Replit was a funny one. And it makes changes to the database. It tries to migrate those changes. It can't because there's a field that's mandatory that wasn't before. Like if we had a bunch of users in the user table and we didn't have ProPic URL, and then we add it as a mandatory field, what happens to all the rows that don't have that yet? Great question. In the case of Replit, it didn't want to deal with it, so it just nuked the table. Yes, Replit was willing to just nuke an entire database, like an actual prod DB, because it couldn't migrate the changes because it had a mandatory field that wasn't mandatory before. It was a whole drama a few weeks ago. Mongo doesn't have these problems because Mongo doesn't have structure. Mongo has data in a vague sense. It just has these JSON blobs floating around. This obviously has a lot of negatives. When you get a user from Mongo, you don't know what you're getting. It should be the shape that you usually use, but it's possible you have things that were written before that shape was being enforced that are just floating around. You can do a lot to manage that and try to maintain reliable schemas within Mongo. The likelihood that you're actually doing that as a Mongo user varies wildly. But that flexibility is actually quite useful when you don't know the shape of your data yet, or you need to just shard it and scale it indefinitely. When you don't have to make sure the specific shape of the data is persisted, it's literally just a key value store, it kind of just goes burr. It's relatively easy to scale when you don't have complex relations between things, because Mongo doesn't really have relations. Kind of has vague concepts resembling relations that you can use. But if I have my user table here and users have messages, I might have message IDs as an array on here. But more likely what I have is I have a separate message table. And the message table has an author ID. And now I can do a join between the message table and the user table to get the messages for a given user. That lets you in one query get the user and all of their data as well as the messages that are linked to it. Now let's say we want to scale this database. We have to shard it and break it up across many nodes. What happens if multiple of this user's messages are on multiple different nodes? Well, that query's performance just went to shit. In Mongo, everything's just kind of sharded by default. Well, depending on how you set it up, obviously. And since Mongo is obnoxious to actually set up and deploy, it is not uncommon for people to just give up and go to the MongoDB company and use Atlas, which is their cloud host for Mongo. They handle all of those things for you, similar to like what PlanetScale does to your SQL database, but you don't have to worry as much because Mongo, I want to say it's slow no matter what, but its performance is fine. It handles these things decently well. So the benefits of Mongo, oh God, I hate that statement. God, I hate this. I hate having to do this part so much, but The benefits of Mongo are, first off, that it's very flexible, no strict schema. It scales well because it's a document store, so it's much easier to shard and break up. You'll still have the problem of if the messages get split up across different things, joining and collecting them all can be annoying because you have to get the user, get their ID, then search for all messages that match this index. Thankfully, it's smart enough that you can have an index be a shard key, so you can have all of the messages indexed on a given author go to the same place so that they can all come up from the same spot. Yeah. Insert web scale joke here. What else? Benefits of Mongo. Really good sales team. The sales team's really good at their jobs. They've convinced a lot of companies that aren't very technical to move everything over to Mongo. I'll say it's much easier to use than Dynamo. The only real competitor for Mongo is DynamoDB, because DynamoDB was built from the ground up to be a document store that scales really well. Mongo was built to be a database in a web era. Another alternative way of thinking of Mongo is that it was the first web database, and their branding was the first web scale database. What it actually was the realization that more and more developers don't want this strictness in their SQL, and they want something that feels more like an API that they're hitting, that will just give them the data that they put there. Also, every other SQL dialect was invented before JSON. Mongo was invented because of JSON. And that's how we ended up with the classics like the mean stack, which was Mongo, Express, Angular, and Node, as well as Mern stack, which you can do the math. This was a whole era. And a lot of this was because Mongo suddenly meant you don't have to understand SQL really well to make a database that works. Anyone can make a database that doesn't work now. Yeah. Anyways, I promised an awkward story about Mongo. I want to tell it. So I was at a random, I don't want to be too specific about people and the space, but I really want to emphasize this like sales team part because I think it's funny. So this might sound a little arrogant, and I'm not trying to toot my own horn here. I've just been wanting to tell the story for a while, and I'm thankful to have the opportunity. I was at a random developer event, AI-focused event, that Mongo happened to be a big sponsor of. They had a huge booth. I was walking by said booth and got stopped by someone. Actually, no, I was walking by the booth with a friend of mine that just gotten a job at another company, but they were interviewing at Mongo for a bit because they were in flux and people do whatever for money. So walking by Mongo, my friend notices somebody that they recognize at Mongo and like says hi quick. And they come over and they like a little dismissive of me, which is fine. And they like put out their hand. They're like, "Oh, who are you? Good to meet you." Totally fine. I don't expect every person at every dev company to know me. I don't expect many of people to know me, honestly, especially outside of SF. That said, 70% of developers who use AI watch my videos. It's a crazy stat that I still can't believe. But when I go to like a Y Combinator event or I go to a bar in the city, I see that in real life. There's a lot of people who recognize me. By the way, if you do see me at something and you want to get a photo, don't feel bad. Feel free to ask. I don't care. It's fine. I like meeting my fans and seeing them in person. It's cool. I'm not complaining. It's weird, but it is really cool. It's a little more annoying when I leave my apartment and get recognized down the street when I'm trying to like go grab food, but it's fine. I get it. There's something specific about what I'm doing out here. And it's another word that makes me feel sick. God, I hate typing this. DevRel. Sorry. Stomach's not feeling great after that one. For better or worse, you could categorize what I do as developer relations. A lot of what I do is relate to developers, show them things that I find interesting and cool, and talk about dev shit. I've kind of had impact on the DevRel space. There's a lot of people who were doing YouTube videos that no longer are and instead are working to get people like me to cover their stuff. There's been a lot of change in the DevRel space that I think's been really good overall. Developer relations being a person at a company that doesn't code, that makes crappy blog posts about AI shit is not a good thing. But a developer relations expert at a company whose role is to figure out where developers go to get information, what information is and isn't missing, and to try and plug the gaps and find ways to position the company's product in the right circles with the right DevRels and the right devs in general. That's a good DevRel. Someone like Lee Rob, for example, made this transition well, where previously he was the guy doing content for Vercel, like had a YouTube channel where he covered them multiple times a week, and moved away from that when I started doing well so that he could make content that would help my content and work with people like me directly instead. DevRel has shifted significantly over the years, and a lot of that is because of the influencers like Primogen, like WebDev Cody, like Mickey, like Typecraft, like myself. We've shifted. Oh, Josh Trade Coding is a really good example as well. Yeah, there's a lot of examples of these new developers, Bash Bunny as well, who have changed what developer media looks like. And I think it's fair to say that someone employed in DevRel should probably know who most of those people are. At the very least, if you're a DevRel targeting early to mid-stage companies, trying to get them to adopt different database technologies, you should probably know who Prime and I are, just statistically speaking. Like, if it's your job to get developers to pay attention to your thing, and you don't know who developers in that space pay attention to, you're not very good at that job. Similarly, if you're a experienced React developer that on your resume, senior React engineer, you know what React Query is, I question your expertise. The reason we've went down this absurd rabbit hole is a story I want to tell about when I was having this awkward conversation at the Mongo booth. Because this person, who's being awkward with me already, puts out their hand and says, "Oh, I'm X. Who are you?" And I laugh, assuming it's a joke. Not because I think everyone should know who I am, but just was an awkward interaction. Then I said, "Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, I'm Theo. I'm a dev YouTuber. I talk about a lot of full stack database stuff to early to mid stage startups. Thought you might know who I was. My bad. What do you do at Mongo?" "Oh, I'm a DevRel and head of media at Mongo." I didn't take this personally. I just laughed, thought it was funny. It's like, "Oh, yeah, it makes sense. The head of media and DevRel at Mongo wouldn't know who I am. Yeah, that checks out." Just thought it was funny. It's like, Mongo doesn't really get what devs need anymore. They're a sales company. That's fine. It is what it is. Apparently, this absolutely crushed the person who I had that awkward experience with. And later on, when I was walking out to go home, an exec at the Mongo booth pulls me over. It's like, "Hi, can we talk?" Sits me down at the corner. They have a giant fucking booth, and there's a little table hidden in the corner, and they sit me down with my channel manager and have the most awkward fucking lecture / investigation experience I've ever had at any event like this. Trying to mitigate the likelihood I tell this story, but instead made me feel so incredibly fucking awkward. The worst I felt around anyone at any of these companies ever. That I'm dedicating an unreal amount of time in this video to talking about this. Because that awkwardness, that level of uncomfortable, the fact that he was trying to both figure out what had happened, but also make me feel bad for it, shows the level of both incompetence and fundamental lack of understanding of the dev space that exists within Mongo. This is a sales enterprise that happens to have a technology at the core of it. It's not a database company. It's a sales enterprise company that just so happens to pretend to be a database and technologies company still. And being that that's what they are, it makes all the sense in the world that the new DevRel media person had no idea who I was. Because, actually, a good analogy from chat, smells like Oracle. If this was an Oracle booth, I would expect the exact same thing. It's still funny to me, but it is what it is. Yeah. This means that we're not the target. The target's big corps. Absolutely. The thing that was funny here wasn't, oh, they don't recognize me because I'm so famous. It's, they don't recognize the developer ecosystem because they're not selling to developers. They're selling to these giant enterprises. And that was what I said, and that's why I made a joke about it. It's like, oh yeah, you guys wouldn't know what developers like, huh? And they took it really personally because that's Mongo. They're more likely to complain that people think they don't understand devs than they are to put in the footwork to understand devs. And I ended up getting cornered by a fucking exec because of this. That's the Mongo experience in a nutshell. But if you're a Fortune 500 that is vibe coding some shit and wants a database that will theoretically scale and not require migrations, you probably already have a contract with Mongo, so you're just adding another line to it. This is actually the thing I think benefits Mongo a lot right now. Get all of this out of the way. Because it is so flexible, it's actually decent for vibe coding. All the problems we see with like the Replit agent, where it nukes the table because it can't migrate, that's not going to happen in Mongo. If one of these random vibe coded apps you shit out actually starts getting a lot of traffic, you just go pay Atlas more money. It actually makes sense as a database solution for things that you shouldn't be building in the first place, but are being built. Rasmicky's asking, is this about the Mongo guy in your replies? No. This is about much worse, more awkward Mongo experiences with the Mongo team and the absurd stock value they just got. Yeah. Also, funniest tweet possibly like of the year so far. Sam from Planet Scale. Trump put a tariff on joins. God. This is the difference between like Planet Scale and Mongo. Both are selling to enterprises, but Planet Scale has a deep understanding of the developer ecosystem. Mongo barely knows what developers are. Different worlds, like entirely different worlds. Yeah. That all said, I do kind of see the value of Mongo for weird vibe coding side projects. Ugh, that hurts. I hate saying it. I just personally was building an app using Codex, and it chose to use SQLite and ran into a decent number of problems that resulted in it making a global type that assigned the return type to the API that we were hitting to get the SQLite data. It also had to run a migration and hope that that went right. And if I made changes, it could potentially break things. Mongo could be a good enough solution for those things if it wasn't obnoxious to set up. But if you're already on Atlas, you're already on Atlas. God. Yeah. So my honest assumption is that the reason this is happening, the reason Mongo is making more money and getting more customers is that there's more need for these vibe-coded type things. And if you ignore every interesting database change that's happened in the last 5 years, Mongo is seemingly a very good solution for this. There's a whole list of technologies that I think went from useless to quite viable due to AI and vibe coding. Like workers on Cloudflare, for example, the world's most fancy switch statement. Cloudflare workers are great if you want to turn a URL into a different URL. They're not good if you want to do something harder like render HTML, because they're not fast. They're really small, low-power isolates on top of V8 in random places around the world. But if you're literally just passing data from one place to another, they're a really good, cost-effective solution. So if your code can be boiled down to a switch statement, Cloudflare workers make a lot of sense. But if you're doing anything more complex, not so much so. Do you know what else is a glorified switch statement? Every single API doing inference. If you are on T3 chat and you are generating a response, we're not running the infra generating the response. we're hitting an API for OpenAI or Claude or anything else. And most of the time, our server is getting those responses. It's kind of just sitting there. It's waiting for the next token to come from OpenAI and then just forwards it straight down to you. It is barely using any compute during this time. As such, traditional serverless platforms, or even traditional servers, didn't make a lot of sense for this workload because the amount of usage and the amount of CPU the computer's using for this is relatively varied and low. Cloudflare workers make a ton of sense for that. And all of a sudden, workers became by far the most cost-effective way to do scalable inference across different providers. Similar happened to Convex, where the idea of having your entire configuration and infrastructure as a folder in your code base went from, oh, that'd be nice, but I don't want to give up the modularity, to, holy shit, I need this right now so AI agents can actually change my code. It's really cool. Mongo, by not having a schema or really much of a reliable system beyond the scaling side, suddenly makes a lot of sense for this too. Mongo very well could be one of the better choices for vibe coding. I know some very smart people that have strong opinions on databases that don't like Mongo but pick it for this. Like a fun one, I don't know if he'll care if I say this, but I'm gonna. Jared Palmer from Vercel, who made Turbo Repo, he was saying that he's surprised he doesn't see way more people using Mongo for their vibe coding apps, because not having to figure out the schema ahead of time and just writing the data, then reading it, and erroring if it doesn't match your validator is a lot easier to just get something up and running. I don't disagree. And apparently, And apparently, they're growing a lot because of that. There are more and more people who are picking Mongo for their use. That said, the much more interesting piece here, 29% year over year growth, but they added 2,800 customers. So they had a 5% growth in customers and a 30% growth in revenue. How did revenue grow 6 times more than new customers did? That's a great question. They've not necessarily been transparent about the answer. Let's see if they have it here. Their gross profit was 420 million. Jesus fuck, I feel sick. They're going to clear 2.36 billion in revenue this year. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah. Seems like almost all of their revenue is still subscriptions, which means that the subscription costs had to go up because, once again, they only added 5% customers, which means that all of their existing customers are now paying more money. The average customer would have had to have their cost go up by about 20 to 25% for these numbers to happen, which means either they are just ramping up prices, which could be the case, but more likely, a handful of their customers are doing way more input and output on Mongo and on Atlas. So they had to ramp up their subscription tier, and now they're making more money off of those users because some of those users are vibe coders. Yeah. This is my theory, that internally a lot of these companies are letting more people do things to their data pipe, where like the analytics team can now have a vibe coding tool to make new dashboards and collect new data. And now the amount of IO that a random team that doesn't even have devs on it is doing at various companies that are on Mongo is going up. And that's why I think Mongo is making more money. They are charging their existing users more because a lot of them are probably using it more. And a lot of that's probably because they're using AI to do things that involve generating more data and requesting more data, thereby increasing the amount of usage the Mongo databases that they have provisioned are getting, resulting in more money being spent. Ugh. Man, I fucking wish we could make 29% more money and be in the 500 to 600 mil a quarter range by adding 2,800 customers. Oh, that'd be so good. 2,800 customers gets us like 14 grand. 2,800 customers gets us like 20 grand a month. And honestly, those customers cost us more than half that. Oh, I don't like being jealous of Mongo. Okay, it's not jealousy. It's more disappointment in the state of the world. Yeah. You now know my thoughts. Mongo's doing well. I still wouldn't use it, but if you want to, I guess I understand. What a company. I'm not talking about Mongo anymore. I'm going to go now. Bye. God, I hate that. That's a fun outro. Cool. That was fun. I enjoyed that one, actually. Got roll the dice with the Prime. Thank you for that. Jean, I think I got you with the 5 months. Regardless, I appreciate it. Same with Captain with the 4 months of Prime. And we got Nosebleeds with the 3 months. And Professor Swaggins with the Prime. Jira hating video. I haven't used Jira for long enough to do that. Tempting, but yeah. I forgot about this. I was going to include this in it. Yeah, I have one more piece to add. Marker. One more for Mongo. Yeah, if somebody else has the other article, I'll take a look. I didn't do this intentionally, but it's been there for a while, and I think it's really funny. So I've just left it. Phase, sneak this in when I was talking about the DevRel stuff. Yeah. I think it's fair to say that Mongo doesn't really get devs. In fact, Mongo sued the Linux Foundation because they changed the license for MongoDB to be the server-side public license, which means that the built-in Mongo adapters in Linux were no longer legal, and they sued them for it. Yes, Mongo is, as far as I know, the only database to sue Linux. Yeah. Thankfully, Microsoft has come out as the decent player in the space, and now DocumentDB for Microsoft is a stable open source project that happens to have a Mongo adapter that works that can now be brought into the Linux Foundation. So yes, Mongo is the only company that is so evil and so fundamentally doesn't understand developers that Microsoft had to come in to help Linux out because of Mongo. Do you see how... Yeah, I think I've made my point. Mongo's weird vibes. Cool. That was the first part. I don't know why this is making sound. Can I make the sound stop? The fact that Twitch has a thing that makes sound is pathetic. Twitch should know better. They don't, but they should. Is this the Mongo one? This isn't Mongo related. Why would I care about this? Is it this one? There we are. Yeah. AWS, Microsoft, and Google unite behind Linux Foundation DocumentDB database to cut enterprise costs and limit vendor lock-in. This is all because all of these companies are pissed that Mongo went from open source to rug pulling and now basically force you to use Atlas. This is kind of what Redis did where they rug pulled, but Mongo's much more aggressive with it. You basically can't use Mongo in the cloud reliably unless you're using Atlas. Combination of their crazy licensing and the fact that it's really hard to host Mongo properly. Yeah. Document databases are important for AI apps for tasks such as chats, context, and memory. AI apps are all about semi-structured data, and document databases are purpose-built for it, said Kirill, who's the vice president at Microsoft and DocumentDB's primary architect. He's a vice president at Microsoft. But there's no open source standard engine for document databases, like what Postgres is for relational. Yeah. Mongo was supposed to be, but they chose to make more money instead. Clearly it's working. They're fucking printing. But yeah, now they are being competed with AWS, Microsoft, Google, and Linux Foundation. Very similar to what happened with Redis, but even more aggressively. Yeah. And this happened yesterday, right as they announced their revenue. So you can see why this back and forth is happening, because Mongo doesn't care about developers. They care about their bottom line, which is enterprises paying them too much money for hosting JSON blobs. Yeah. Enough about the weird vibes. We need to talk about the benefits of Mongo a little bit more. God, I hate that statement so much. Ugh. I'm suffering. Thank you for everything you need for that cut. You have my interest, Sokra. You haven't led me wrong yet. I'll look into this more in the future, and I owe you a lot of responses later. It is now 8 o'clock. I have not eaten food today. So I'm going to go be not here. The next time you guys see me, I will be in a cast, and I will not be very happy. Let's figure out who we're raiding. We just raided Shindigs. No, you will drop me a person to raid. Oh, the crooked grind drama with Ricky could be fun. Or Coppinger. Throw you guys at a smaller dev streamer. That could be fun. Let's do that. Here. We'll make someone's day. Thank you all for the subs. Thank you all for hanging. Thank you all for everything. See you guys next week. I will save this for a future thing for sure. Have fun with Coppinger. Goodbye, nerds. Goodbye to YouTube as well.
Yeah, I'm just trying to ease myself back into streaming. Uh-oh.